I call to order this regular meeting of the Monument Town Council, Monday, November 6, 2023. Please rise for the pledge.
Which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Erickson, will you take roll, please?
Mayor LaKind,
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Here.
Councilmember Romanella,
Here.
Councilmember Abbott. Here. Councilmember Kimple.
Present online.
Thank you. Councilmember Chronic,
Here.
Councilmember Fiorito.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, first up, disclosures of conflicts of interest. Mr. Cole?
Yes, I believe the only conflict that we received this for this meeting is from the mayor. Mr. Mayor, you want to provide your conflict to the conflict disclosure to the council?
Sure, let me find it. Wasn't prepared to do that. Hang on.
Should be before each council member, I believe.
Did you all get a copy?
The mayor had filed a conflict disclosure regarding the agenda item 12A, executive session for receiving legal advice concerning the Ethics Commission's recent order. That conflict disclosure was filed with the Secretary of State, provided to myself and Mayor Pro Tem King according to the town charter, and is being provided to the town council tonight.
Did we get copies of that? We'll get them emailed out to the council members so that they have them before the executive session starts out. Anybody else with a conflict of interest? Is that the only one? Okay, then we'll move on. Before us, we have an agenda and a consent agenda. Are there any modifications to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, look for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Erickson?
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanella,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott. Yes. Councilmember Fiorito.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, before we get to 4A, just one thing I wanted to bring up in light of what's been going on since October 7th. Took a poll of the council, and in support of our ally, the United States ally of the State of Israel, we've requested that the town change their lights to blue and white for a week or two, just like we did with Ukraine last year. If there was anybody on the council that would like to bring up anything related to that, feel free to speak up. Okay, then the direction would be to staff for next couple of weeks and show solidarity with our ally to light the entryway into the town blue and white.
Right, all the trees. Yes, sir.
Right.
We will. We'll have that first thing tomorrow
Okay,
night.
thank you. We have quite the agenda tonight, so I hope y'all we have stories to read you, and we've got some oaths of office to give, so, and some presentations on fun things like the budget. So, first up will be oaths of office. Chief Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council.
Christina, you want to come up? So just recently, we were able to promote 2 officers to sergeant, Christina D. Rienzo and Joe Barraza. We also hired our 27th and final police officer, Chris Sullivan. So I'll be swearing them in. Thank you. So I have the honor of swearing them in tonight. Again, but for all of you this time. Raise your right hand. I, Christina D. Rienzo,
Christina Durienzo,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and bear
that I will support and bear
true faith and allegiance
true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution and laws
to the Constitution and laws
of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and the state of Colorado,
and the state of Colorado,
and to the ordinances of the town of Monument,
and to the ordinances of the town of Monument,
and that I will defend and protect the lives,
and that I will defend and protect the lives,
safety, and property
safety, and property
of the people of Monument,
of the people of Monument,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the office of sergeant
the duties of the office of sergeant
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Maybe.
Sergeant Christina Di Rienzo. Awesome. Joey? Do it at the end.
Pictures on.
She did it without any errors.
No pressure.
No pressure.
I'm the one that screwed it up the last time, so please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Jose Barraza,
I, Jose Barraza,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and bear
that I will support and bear
true faith and allegiance
true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution and laws
to the Constitution and laws
of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and the state of Colorado,
and the state of Colorado,
and to the ordinances of the town of Monument,
and to the ordinances of the town of Monument,
and that I will defend and protect the lives,
and that I will defend and protect the lives,
safety, and property
safety, and property
of the people of Monument,
of the people of Monument,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the office of sergeant
the duties of the office of sergeant
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
Thank you, sir.
I'll have to come up and speak in just a little bit.
Okay.
Make it super easy. All right, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Christopher Sullivan,
I, Christopher Sullivan,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and bear
that I will support and bear
true faith and allegiance
true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution and laws
to the Constitution and laws
of the United States of America
of the United States of America
and the state of Colorado,
and the state of Colorado,
and to the ordinances of the town of Monument,
and to the ordinances of the town of Monument.
and that I will defend and protect the lives,
And I will defend and protect the lives,
safety, and property
safety, and property
of the people of Monument,
of the people of Monument.
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
And I will faithfully and partially discharge
the duties of the office of peace officer
the duties of the office of peace officer
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Maybe.
We don't even give up Harvard.
I'll be back up in a second.
You're the lake.
All right, before we wrap up, I want to give them all an opportunity to thank some people. Christina, if you want to come up.
the microphone. All right, first I would like to thank my beautiful wife. Literally without her, I wouldn't even be here because of her job placement. We got sent here and it's been a blessing ever since we've been here. And so thank you, baby, for all your support and everything. I want to thank my partners and supervisors for giving me this opportunity to be a leader in this department. I'm looking forward to serving you guys in all aspects up and down that chain of command. And thank you to all of you of the town that has been very supportive of our department. It's been an honor to work for this town, and I am very much looking forward to continuing to serve and now supervise in this town. So thank you, everybody.
I had to. I'll try not to look over here for a second. First of all, I want to thank our Lord and Savior, Christ Jesus, for giving me this opportunity. Without him, he's been so graceful for me in my life and everything, and truly for something I'm not worthy for. And so I really thank the Lord for this moment right now. To my beautiful wife, you are the water to my faith. You make me a better person each and every day. I work for our children, but I live for you. Thank you for your support. To my children, Mr. Tyler over there, my son in Georgia who's watching online, and my daughter in Hawaii. You three are the ones that I work hard for, and I hope that I've shown you what hard work and a good work ethic will lead you to. To the mighty men in valor, the guys in my church group who counsel me, and your brotherhood, your spiritual guidance, I thank you very much. There's Aaron there. Thank you very much, John, watching online, and Lyman. Thank you so much for everything you do. To mom and dad, thank you for your attendance here. Appreciate everything you do for me, for my family. Dad, thank you for your wisdom. Look forward to more conversations up in the cabin and picking your brain. I have a lot to learn from you. To the men and women, the police department, thank you so much for everything you do. I work for you. To the civilians that work for us, thank you so much for your support. Lastly, to the old crew, the guys that have been in my life in this career for 20 plus years that are here today, watching online as well. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I definitely don't have any prepared marks like the sergeant does, but I would like to thank one, my beautiful wife and family, brothers outside with his family also. The people of Monument, thank you for letting some transplants from Florida. You guys have been awesome, and we love the town so far. And I'm looking forward to working with everybody at the police department. Thank you.
Not that I need the last word, but I'll take it. I hope you realize, just looking at this group of people, how well protected you all are. We have a very, very talented staff. We have very, very caring and giving leaders and police officers and everybody throughout the town. You're in good hands. Thank you for your support. We couldn't do it without you. But congratulations to the three of you. It's great to have you here. Thank you. Thank you.
You're not staying for the tax revenue, no? It's a budget. Oh, yeah.
For those online, we are just waiting for our guests that were here for the police department to exit and allow more people that were in the hallway to come back in. All right, now for the other fun stuff. First up, we have a presentation from Lou Ann Pyatt. That will be the Colorado Department of Revenue Sales Tax Collection Process Overview. Is Ms. Wyatt online or, oh, all right.
Okay. May not be all that exciting. You guys had all the exciting stuff before. I didn't have any idea we'd have so many people. I'm here just to kind of talk about what local government does at the Department of Revenue and what we do on behalf of municipalities such as the town of Monument. So we have a staff of 8 people, and they're all listed here. We have different things that we do in local government. The main thing we do is administer your sales tax. We administer sales tax for over 400 local governments. So each month, my section takes care of all the administration, making sure that taxpayers are filing correctly and that we're educating.
Can you
the
hang on one
taxpayers.
second, please?
Yep.
Can we have the presentation, please, put back on our screens?
Oh. Sure.
That's not it. Thank you.
There we go. So you can go to the next page. Part of how we help taxpayers and administer sales taxes, the state recently implemented a GIS system. Next page. Sorry. A GIS system that's free to everybody that wants to use it. Taxpayers, people that just want to plug in their address, see what the rates are for their house. The nice thing about this is it's free as an API to taxpayers as well, which is a key that they can integrate with their own ERP system. And we have a little over 8,000 registered to take in this API key to help them administer Colorado sales tax. As you might know, we're not exactly known for a state that's simple to file in, but this system really is available to anybody that wants to use it. And one of the benefits is it doesn't just give them the rates for the sales tax that's to be collected, but we also give them over 300 questions. And those questions are just taxability questions. So a lot of the middle-sized businesses that really can't afford, a big software system or anything like that, they can use this system to answer whether things are taxable or not taxable, and at each level. So we have the state level, and then we have the municipality level, the county level, and then some special districts that we also administer. So it kind of breaks that all down for the taxpayer, gives them the total rate, gives them the location code that they're going to use to file that sales tax return on. So really, it does help them. And then we have these shape files within this GIS system, and these are managed by us and our vendor. Our vendor is Avalara Tax, and we work together on a weekly basis to administer these shape files to make sure that the sales tax collection is correct for the city, the county, the special districts. And so this is just an example of Douglas County, but in some of these areas, we have special districts that don't overlap the entire city, and we have counties and cities borders managed in these files. And that's how we manage it behind the scenes in the GIS system. So you can go on to the next one. And the next one is a sample of all those questions that we have in our system. It's exportable. So like if a city called me and wanted to know what the response is for all of those questions, we can export that and send it to the city. And really what our job is to help the cities and counties and special districts administer their tax and make sure that we're getting that tax money to the municipalities timely. So you can go on to the next one. The next one's kind of hard to read, but it kind of gives you an example of how much money the Department of Revenue pushes out to local governments every month. So just an average is $209 million a month that we process. And I know a lot of people ask, well, from the due date to the time the city gets it, there's misconception, bless you. This misconception that we hold that money for 2 months. Really, we hold it for about 15 days. And that 15 days, we're just trying to make sure that all the returns are in that we expect to be in, and that they're correct in the best way that we can identify. And then we push that money out to the cities and counties and special districts. So, and really, that's kind of what my department does. We look at revenue for the last 2 weeks of every single month until it goes out that door. If there's anything wrong with it, a city or a county or whoever will hear from us first, whether it's bad or good news. But we constantly look at those numbers to make sure that they're right before they go out, because what we don't want to do is take it back. Then we have a field audit section, and I just kind of put over the last year from July of 2022 to June of 2023, how many audits that we completed in state. We did 139 audits with a little over 3.5 million net assessment. And there were 9,811 total hours put into those audits. And then a net of 25,895 assessed. When we go out and do audits, our job is not to just assess taxpayers. Our job is to educate the taxpayers so that they're doing it right going forward. So it's not only out there just to find money, but also to be able to help the taxpayers figure out what they're supposed to be doing in Colorado. Out of state, we did 34 audits with a little over 18 million net assessment, 6,489 hours with 536,000. The one thing I want to say about out-of-state audits is we have auditors in different states so that we have them there in the presence, so they're able to go out and do more audits rather than flying in an auditor and having them go back and forth during the audit. So New York, New Jersey, California, we have a few, and then we have, some in the South. So it enables us to be able to do a lot of these online vendors that are out there, which since we did House Bill 19-1240, where we're doing destination source delivery now. So that's been an educational piece for a lot of taxpayers. We also do county lodging and local marketing. And so we did some of those audits, and those numbers are in there too. In general, we have 30 auditors in our division. 6 of them are IFTA and IRP auditors. We have 6 marijuana auditors that do nothing but marijuana audits. And we have 5 auditors in trainings and 10 audit managers in that staff working for the local governments. Because 9 times out of 10, the state's not that hard to figure out, but it's the complexity at the local level that's hard. And so really that is where we find a lot of of the errors in audits. Next on to the enforcement and compliance and administration of tax. Our system generates non-filer notices systematically. So if a return is not received on time, it's 30 days past that date, and we will automatically issue a notice to the taxpayer that they have not filed a return. We issue a balance due if we receive a return with no payment. And we have compliance agents that work out in the field all the time. They don't come into the office. They're out in the field 40 hours a week. And basically it's their job to drive the cities. The agents have zip codes, so they're very familiar with their areas. We don't move them around a whole lot unless we have some training to do or things like that. But most of the agents have the same zip code year after year after year. And what their job is to not only look at what's in our system to collect, but to look for new businesses coming in and to, stop by and make sure that they're licensed. And look for businesses that are going out of business and make sure that they're compliant before they leave. The department has many ways of collections of balances that are not paid. We have bank guards, collection agencies, and officer partner billing. So if they've signed up as a partner in a sales tax account and they forget to file and pay, then we would go after them on an income tax level. Large part of what we do in the local government team is just really educate the taxpayers. We work with local governments and we take each case that comes to us from the local governments and try to just make sure that we're educating those taxpayers. A lot of times they come to us wanting an audit done, and really it's not necessarily an audit issue. It's really that taxpayer just doesn't understand how to file in Colorado. And so that's a lot of what we do on a daily basis is work with big taxpayers, little taxpayers, and we really just try to help them, educate them, and get them filing correctly. So I did get a lot of links on the important links page. I encourage you guys to look at those. There's all kinds of things that we're doing at the Department of Revenue. There's all types of how-to videos, YouTube videos, how to file and pay taxes correctly. And that's really what we're trying to get done. Any questions?
I actually do.
Okay.
Mona, is this the department you've been working with on the issue that you and I have discussed?
Correct.
Awesome. So, is the department proactive when a large company like Shopify comes to market and starts processing transactions for tens of thousands of businesses, and yet you come across one that is not collecting the tax for the municipality?
Yeah, so that's a lot of what we do is we reach out to those taxpayers, and it's usually really hard to get to the one person that's doing it, but we do spend a lot of time, especially with the marketplace facilitators. Those that are facilitating the sale for another company are now required to collect and send it to us rather than giving it back to the company that's actually fulfilling the sale. But if they're a marketplace facilitator, I would tell you that we have worked with over the last year, we've gotten 35 of them into compliance, and it's no small feat. But we do dig down, we do get into the details with the taxpayer, and we do let them know, especially when we get receipts turned into us, it's an educational piece first and then a compliance piece after that.
How much do I owe the town? It's 27. It was more than that.
It's important to understand that there is still a level of company that if they're out of state and they're doing less than 100,000, they're not required to collect the local taxes. Only over $100,000 of business a year in Colorado, then they're required to do the local collections.
Oh, that may explain it. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's a big thing. And we would still collect retailers' use, but that's a use tax that's collected at the state level and some of the special districts, such as Pikes Peak RTA. So there are only a few special districts that are part of the retailers' use process. But
Is that 100,000 in the state or 100,000
in the state.
in the state?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. We don't publish a lot about it because really we feel like you should be collecting the local taxes, but they do have that disclaimer. So if they're doing less than 100,000 a year, they don't have to file the local taxes. But we do watch those, and if they go over, then we switch them over to sales tax.
Any other questions?
Wasn't that fun? Taxes are us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Look, I know you're all being nice, but you just applauded a tax collector. I hope, which I have. All right, next up, we have representative from Piper Sandler to talk about the town's investment portfolio updates.
Max, can you hear us? Okay, thank you.
He's there. You just passed him. He's Max Moab.
Okay, Max, you should hear us. You'll need to unmute your mic and give us a hello.
He's still showing as not a presenter. He's just an attendee.
Can you guys hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
He is not presenting Mona.
Can you guys hear me right now? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
We tested it and we were
Hello?
just right.
Yes, Max, I hear you talking.
Please stand by, folks. We're having some technical difficulties.
Hear me now? Can you guys hear me now? Because my mic is on and
Max, I hear you talking, but I'm also connecting via the internet. Not there in the council room though.
Yeah, Max, this is Bob Cole, town attorney. I'm talking with the town manager now, trying to get it fixed for you.
Max, let's go. Can you give me a test 1, 2?
Can you guys hear me?
Max, I believe we can hear you now. Can you give me
I
a
am
hello?
so sorry. Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
All right.
Thank you. I'm not sure what happened, but I'm glad that you can hear me now. Good evening, Mayor LaKind, Mayor Pro Tem King, and the town council members. My name is Max Nojob. I'm with Piper Sandler, and I handle the town's fixed income investment portfolio. Before I start, Nate Ikloff from our Denver office, he was supposed to be joining us for this meeting and he could not make it, so he wanted me to say sorry on his behalf. I know that I've already wasted about 5 minutes, so I'll try to move quickly. So we're going to have basically 3 topics to cover. First, market update, what's going on in the fixed income market, interest rates. Then we're going to be covering 2023 investment performance revenue for this year and also 2024. What is our strategy and what is the expected investment revenue? So as you can see, if the page that we skipped, the market update, I left it blank. I put this together. I printed it about 2 weeks ago and I sent it to Mona, and I purposely left it blank because I knew a lot was going to happen in the past 2 weeks, especially last week. We had the FOMC meeting, the Fed on Wednesday. They decided to leave interest rates unchanged. The target Fed fund rates right now is 5.25 to 5.5. This is the second straight meeting that they kept interest rates unchanged. And they not only that, they changed and they softened the language from having a strong, in the past they were saying the economy is strong. Now they changed it from a strong to solid. Now it might not mean much from basically changing one word, but basically they're softening their tone. We are seeing that these higher interest rates, they are working in a sense. They're slowing down the economy. They're lowering the inflation, maybe not to the level that the Fed wants yet, but they're seeing some results. And as a result of what happened on Wednesday, the 2-year Treasury was down from 5% to 4.84%, about 16% decrease. And right now, the market sentiment for another Fed rate hike is about 6%. So the market thinks that the Fed is done raising interest rates, but they might pause for a while to continue lowering the inflation. And on top of that, last week on Friday, we had the October non-farm payroll numbers. The market was expecting a net job creation of 180,000, and we had about 150,000 jobs created. So that was softer than expected, and that also goes to reinforcing the Fed's sentiment that the higher interest rates are working, the job market is slowing down, the economy is slowing down, and the inflation hopefully would be under control. So this is what happened in terms of the market. Right now, the Fed is on hold. Interest rates are slightly lower than their highs in mid-October, but we're still on target for your investment portfolio because we are so short. We are within a 1-year laddered, and we're still targeting 5% for the town's investment portfolio. If we can go to the next page. And the next one, please. So this is 2023. This is the town. This is a little bit hard to read, but basically the town's investment portfolio is about 10 million. We are keeping 3 months ladder, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and 12 months. And we are showing a slight gain of about $82,000, but the actual gain was higher than that because some of these securities were purchased at a discount. But this is basically, if you look at one page on the investments of the town, $10 million. So thank you. We're going to the next page, and this is basically telling you what we have invested in. We have invested in U.S. Treasury securities. These are, by definition, the most secured type of investments. They're full faith and credit of U.S. government, and they're also in compliance with the state of Colorado investment code. The total size of the town's portfolio is 10 million. Right now, we have 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, and 15-month maturity. That's how we started. Now we have 3, 6, 9, and 12. 2023 estimated revenue was about $250,000, and some of it, about $200,000, came because securities were purchased at a discount, and about $50,000 were interest income. We had a maturity at the end of October for this is a little bit, there's a typo. This should be $2,550,000, and we deposited $250,000 to the town's checking account for the investment revenue for 2023, and we reinvested $2.3 million for the remaining of the term, and maintaining the ladder. So for 2023, the investment portfolio generated about $250,000 in income. If you go to the next page, please. So this is for 2024. So as you can see, January, April, July, and October, the town has maturities that totals into $10,000. So every 3 months, the town is getting back about $2.5 or $2.3 to $2.5 million. And I would have conversations with the finance team, see what the town's liquidity needs are, and if everything is at par, we would roll it for another 12 months and maintaining that 3-month liquidity. The 1-year treasuries bills are about 5%, give or take, and that's what we are estimating on average, where we're going to be reinvesting all maturities for 2024. And keeping the numbers simple, 5% on $10 million, we are estimating a revenue of $500,000 for 2024 on investment portfolio. Obviously, a lot could change. Interest rates could go lower, could go higher, but I feel confident with this $500,000 estimate on the revenue, which could help with a lot of different projects for the town, and it should be something that we're very happy to be able to announce that this is the revenue we're projecting. This is about it. I wanted to keep it short, to the point. Please let me know if you have any questions, any concerns, and I would love to answer those questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moab. Anybody on the council have questions regarding the investment strategy for 2023 or 2024? Mr. Kimple, you have been quiet. Anything from you over there in Hawaii?
No questions thus far, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. Then we will thank you for the presentation, and we'll move on to the budget.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, before we start with the budget, part of the budget actually, council, before you have a packet of information. I don't know if this was emailed to Councilmember Kimple. We should get it to him, but this is a packet of information from and regarding Wild Rock PR and Marketing. There is information about the company, and I guess, Mike, you'll have to talk to what the costs are for hiring this firm, but the idea is, given, well, the town sort of needs a PR arm for many different things, but certainly for some of the things that we've been having to deal with this year, to make sure our messages are getting out loud and clear that we want out. So, Mr. Foreman, you want to talk to this for?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Be glad to. Yeah, we've used this service one time before, when we really needed to be able to do this. I think the town's in the situation now that we have enough going on that we really need a public relations and marketing firm to work for the town of Monument. Currently, they charge $200 per hour. We negotiated with them to say that probably for the rest of the year, it should be under $25,000. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to that, but that's what we kind of wanted to budget for the rest of the year. And then open it up for discussion about what you want to put into the 2024 budget, thinking about $200 an hour. I would think we'd probably need about 100 hours, probably thinking about that, as depending on what needs we have next year, but we could always bring it back to you if we went over that.
In general, are we talking like newsletters, special events?
No.
What kind of?
We handle that internally. We do that. This would be for special occasions such as, when we need to respond to citizens who've made complaints about the town, or if we want to promote something that's going on, something like that. So it's a good service that, we've lacked for years. We've used staff to do it, and they've done a really good job of doing it, but I think now we need to take the next step and become more professional with this.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so where's our supplemental sheet?
Mr. Mayor, if you look on page 26, number 13, you're going to see the PR firm. We have
So what was that
50,000.
dollar amount that we can just write in on the
50.
supplemental sheet so people could see it? So
Yes, it's 50,000.
Yeah, I would say I would put $30,000 in there.
okay, so 30K for PR. 30. So line 18. It's on the back of this packet, back page of this.
It's slide 26, and it's also on the screen.
I can't write on this. I'm on
Oh.
the packet you gave us. Okay, so we got that knocked out, so we can talk about it more, but let's
So that's direction from the board to add that to the budget, not to the supplemental.
put it to the supplemental, and like, as we go through the different things during the course of this conversation, we can determine if it go, unless the council wants it added. We haven't,
So we have a good reserve going into 2024. If the council wants to add it to the budget, we could just add it to our budget sheets now.
okay.
Ken?
Councilmember Kimple?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I'm just responding to your calling my name.
Oh, right. Are you good with, since we have a hefty reserve, are you good with adding the 30,000 in the budget versus supplemental?
Can someone tell me what percentage reserve we have?
Currently,
then
we
what's
have,
So going into 2024, we have 42% reserve, and then with everything we have in the budget, we still have 25.75 reserve, and the GFOA is recommending 15%.
Right. So what does
Okay, and
30,000 do?
30,000, it's still gonna keep us.
Well, I know I can do that much math in my head, but
you'll probably be right around 25. It won't
I can
affect
give
that
you
much.
right now.
so it really wouldn't knock us down below 25. That's what they're saying, Councilmember
Yeah,
Kimple.
I'm fine with putting that into the budget.
Okay, so
Okay, does that mean we're taking the 50 out of the supplemental on line 13, or we're changing that to 30?
Changing that to 30.
So with the 30,000 in the budget in 2024, the reserve is gonna be 25%, 25.4%.
all right. So then all right, let's start the presentation and
Thank you, Mayor.
So,
Bless you.
good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Today, we're going to go over the 2023 amended budget, annual budget, 2024 annual budget, and also we're going to go over the next steps. The presentation is kind of long. I have about 27 slides. So if you feel like you want to concentrate more on some funds and not the others, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to go over every slide. Okay. So starting on with the general fund, we had a great year in 2022, and our reserve, just like I mentioned earlier, came up to 42% or 4 million. And this is after we excluded the restricted balance. The biggest driver of this reserve was the great performance of the sales tax in 2022. And also we continue to see strong results, strong performance of sales tax collection into 2023. We also had about 250,000, you just heard, in interest revenue. And then some of the projects assigned to 2023 were actually moved to 2024. Comprehensive plan is one of them. We expected about 200,000 to receive in revenue and grants, and also spend about 400,000 related to the comprehensive plan, which none of this happened. We also had, we expect attorney expenses to be about 300,000 over what we budgeted in 2023. And then we had a project in this room for the sound system, which also didn't happen. So all of these kept the balance regardless of what other projects we added in 2024, kept the balance very strong going into 2024. If you have any questions about any slide, feel free to stop me. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next.
Just a quick clarification
Sure.
point. You said that the attorney expenses were 300,000 over what we budgeted? Okay. Thank
We
you.
expect to be. The year is not done. We still have about 2.5 months. So we expect the expenses, but the interest income covered the majority of this expense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to capital projects fund, the big story here is basically the JCP, Jackson Creek Parkway. We expected to see a lot more constructions being done at the beginning of 2023. I believe we're going to see that more in 2024, towards the end of 2024. So this is what's the big story of this fund. And also we've seen an increase in the collection of use tax of about 700,000. So very strong performance. Moving on to police fund 2F, because sales tax performed so well, obviously the 0.5% going into the police fund also helped this fund. So right now we are expecting to see them ending the year perhaps anywhere from 350 to 500,000. So that's going to be the ending balance of 2023, beginning balance of 2024. Also, they were short for a period of time, headcount, so their overtime was a little bit higher in 2023, and also they purchased some cars, 2 police cars, and then they paid off a lease. So that's where some of the revenue was spent. 2A, again, the sales tax, very strong. We also had some unrealized projects. So we had about 500,000 in savings. For Loop project, we budgeted in 2023 500,000. We only spent 250,000, and also 250,000 was budgeted for some improvement to the 259 building, which didn't happen and was moved to 2024. Community development. We didn't have this year the party for the parks. So the biggest driver, this was in the budget. So the biggest driver of the variance was the party for the parks. Traffic impact fee and storm drainage. Basically the same story. We've seen an increase in 2022 in the collection of either the traffic impact fee or the storm drainage impact fee. Now the water fund, they had and they still have an exciting year. As you know, the water tank, and kudos to Tom and his team. The water tank is about to be completed. So basically all the shift in the water fund are related to this project. Also the sales tax, we've seen an increase, and then they also had some investment revenue. That's kind of it for 2023. Any questions? Oh, park fee fund, I'm sorry. How can I forget? So park fee fund in 2023 budget, they had the park master plan, but because the comprehensive plan didn't take place, this was moved to 2024. So we budgeted about 150,000 for that, but we didn't spend. However, we've seen an increase in the collection of fees for, how do you say it? Yes, I can never say that word, so. And then Conservation Trust Fund. As you know, the biggest revenue driver is the lottery proceeds. So we only budgeted about 50,000, which is for 2 quarters. So we will receive the additional 50,000. So it's going to be 100,000, not 50 as budgeted. So that's the big story with the Conservation Trust Fund. Any questions on the 2023 amended budget? Moving on to the 2024 budget, we worked countless of hours on the 2024 budget. Thank you so much to all my peers and to the town manager for taking the time to review, and also thank you to the town council. We had how many budget workshop sessions? About 5. We had the most workshop sessions we ever had. So thank you so much for your time. As I mentioned before, we expect our reserve to be going into tonight, obviously before of all the changes you're going to make. We expect our reserve to be about 2.5 million or 25.75, which now is down to 25.4%. So just a reminder, I know we review all these assumptions, but just a reminder what we have used in our budget. 2022 was a very strong year in terms of sales tax collection. Colorado Springs is seeing a lot of softening of the collection of sales tax. We have not seen that, but everybody's expecting, just like before, to be a recession in 2024. So we only assume to have an increase of about 6% over actuals in 2022, which is about 500,000. Colorado Springs, just to put things in perspective, they're expecting sales tax to be down year over year, 3.5%. We're not saying that. We're saying it's going to be about 6%. And why we're saying that? Because this is the trend we've seen in 2023. And besides that, we're also building, as you know, around town, we have new developments. So we expect to see an increase, but not 17 or like we've seen before. The investment revenue, just like Max mentioned before, he said 500,000. I put in the budget 300 just to be conservative. And the reason I did that is because I reached out to several investment bankers and just for projection of interest rates, and they said they expect to see our interest rates going down to probably 3% around July, September of next year. So we don't know exactly if it's going to be 500,000, and this is the budget. So we don't want to, overstate this number and then not perform. Salaries changes. So year over year, we assume an up to 7% performance based. Health insurance increases. Health insurance came back with 8.71%, and dental was flat to 2023. SRSA increased our rates, but for the general fund, it's only 200,000. For the police fund, you will see it's a bit larger than that. As I mentioned, comprehensive plan was moved from 2023 to 2024, but not everything. So if you remember in 2023, I said the revenue 200,000, expenses 400,000. They don't expect the comprehensive plan to be completed in 2024. So about 25% will be in 2025 budget. And then
Why would we extend the comp plan out another 12 plus months?
Comp plans typically take about 18 months to complete with all the community involvement.
And when is our expected start date?
January.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to send out the RFQ and everything like that, so.
some of the bigger expenses for the general fund will be this chamber. We're going to have some improvements, and we budgeted about 200,000, which will include the sound system. Also, as you know, we're in the middle of purchasing the one lot over, and that's about 200,000. The attorney expenses, we budgeted them to be about 300,000. Also, we budgeted about 100,000 for a sales tax self-collection, which will include the software and a consultant to provide us some guidance. And also on December 4th, during the town council meeting, we will have a presentation for you. We wanted to give you both sides, the Department of Revenue, but also what it means to be self-collect. So we want you to have to make an educated decision. And then in the 2024 budget, we also have records retention. We're gonna hire personnel, and also we're gonna spend some money on the software to do that. And this, although it's in the general fund, it's gonna be for the entire town, for police fund as well. Any questions? Moving on to capital projects, Jackson Creek Parkway, we expect to spend about 800,000 in design next year and about 2 million. And I think I have it wrong when I say, so it's for a total of 2.8 million, but 2 million will be in construction and 800,000 in design. And then we will have 2 million in revenue to cover for those expenses. Police fund, they are fully staffed. They have about 28 police officers and 7 civilians. I mentioned how SRSA for them, it's been very expensive, so they're coming at 300,000 for 2024. And then the other larger expense for them will be Amnet, which is our IT consultant company. It's about 90,000. And this is based on trends, the monthly plus projects they work for the police department.
On SRSA.
Yes.
Why would the police department's rates go up over the towns? I mean, are we not hearing something that's going on the police side that is causing the rates to climb, or is this just across the board, all police departments' rates are going up?
Across the board, they said because the rates went up just for police officers, but also because we had the number of claims we had in 2022, and I can, let my peers mention anything that I forgot, but we did have a conversation with Sarsa, our chief finance, and then HR department, just to gauge why the rates went up so much. And they said the rates in general went up for police officers and for the first responders, and then they take in consideration the number of claims and then how many police officers we have on staff.
Chief, that was one of the issues, was we increased the number of police officers. Yep.
Any other questions about the police? Moving on to 2A fund, what we expect, just like in 2023, we expect to have some expenses associated with the loop project, about 500,000, and also the improvements for the 259 Beacon Light building to take place in 2024, and that's about 300,000.
And the 500,000 in there for loop project could be for NDS or loop.
Okay, but what 300,000 for improvements? There was improvements money provided already. How much more improvements are needed for the building?
So in 2023, they have not made any improvements. If they move.
Improve. 2 years ago, when they purchased the building, there was X hundreds of thousands of dollars for improvements. And was that money all spent?
I think that was for carpet and flooring and painting and stuff like that. And yes, that money was spent.
So what's next? This is the first I'm hearing about a need for $300,000 in improvements for 259.
So we have some office space we need to build out in the north side. And there's also potential that we need to improve the HVAC systems. They're running up on 20 years. So we're just kind of looking at making sure we have that kind of stuff budgeted.
Does it also include the space that's currently occupied by a tenant?
It could, definitely. There's a couple opportunities we've talked about that we may not even have to spend this 300,000.
We're going to keep the tenant?
We are until we need the space. Yes, sir.
Also in
It
2024.
actually provides revenue for that building.
No, I get it.
In 2024, Madeline will, she's been spending the majority of 2023 working with a consulting company to assess how we can become and take advantage of the grants to become a more green building and also take care of this HVAC problem we have and whatnot. She's gonna present to you in 2024, sometimes in beginning of 2024, with an opportunity, and the company who we assign, Verigy, who we assign, awarded the contract, will have a presentation for you. They're going to have a very detailed presentation, so I don't want to speak too soon, but.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we definitely, some of this money we could get grants for. And so we just want to put it in there for matching funds if we need it, or if we don't need it, we'll roll it back in.
Okay.
Community development fund, we really don't have much. Same with storm drainage and traffic impact fee. Now the water fund, so we're gonna have some projects which I mentioned on the slide. And these projects are actually moved from 2023, but the money in 2023 are being used for the water tank. And then we also expect an investment income for about 400,000 as revenue for the water fund. Park fee fund, the biggest project will be the Monument Lake restrooms, which will cost about 100,000. Conservation Trust Fund, just the lottery. And then on the last page is the supplemental budget, and I'm sorry, this is not easy to read. Perhaps for the people in the audience, you have a printout, and we will appreciate if you can let us know what we did receive from our staff, what the priorities are, but we will appreciate your guidance. So the streets department, they mentioned how, and the fleet, they mentioned how they need some machines to keep their department running. I can either allow Jeremiah or Tom to mention, or if you want, we can go down the list one by one, however you prefer.
For scissor lips.
I do have a question on this slide. Just clarification questions.
Sure.
Starting with number 15, it says police officer.
Yes.
I thought we were maxed out with our police force.
Hi, this is Chief
Expense
Regan
says
here.
101. Expense says $101,000.
Right, so based on our budget and the growing, the way the town's growing, we were looking to add more police officers going into next year. So based on our budget for 2023, we are full, but we're asking for additional officers next year.
And that's just, again, that's projected out with the increase of apartment homes and homes being built.
Right, and it's in line with our new deployment to have full squads. And we just need a couple more officers to be full in our deployment as well.
Okay. Next one, let's just go up to
Hang on,
number
Ken.
7. Okay.
Hang on. I have a related question if I can. And
sure.
How will this reflect with the RSOs, or are the RSOs also part of the 28, or is that follow on?
So I understand. So yes, we asked for one additional officer next year because we are putting another SRO into a school. So it's basically a 1-for-1. We're not really gaining a person on the road. To get to full deployment strength, I would need 2 officers on top of that. Knowing that this is a long-term game, I'm asking for one of them now and probably one of them the following year.
Thank you.
Ken, can I add on to that too, since we're talking about SROs? I was reading, I think it had to do with Colorado Springs. But the annexation of schools and the adjoining roads, which is typical how we're going to get to these annexations, are going to require capital expenditure in the school zones to increase pedestrian safety, as we've had brought to our attention at the beginning of this school year. And so with the SRO costs being only split 50-50, how is the town expected to generate the money required for the roads and the expenditure of the safety zones? Because those safety zones that are created are not free, right? We're talking about line striping and signage and other things. So where is that revenue coming from? Because I don't see, I mean, that's something we're planning for 2024, and that's not listed as a project.
So just one point of clarification on the SRO, it's
Right.
actually 75-25 split.
That's not what we were told before. When the last SRO you brought on, that was a 50-50, we were told.
75-20. Yeah. Monument Academy, 75.
Correct, and that's for both.
The school district was like
So-
D38 the regular schools, the non-Monument Academy.
We've had further conversations with them, and they're going to try to work out a deal with Monument Academy to where it does work out for us to where it's 75-25.
Okay. But shouldn't we still have some projects listed under police, what it's going to cost to create these safety zones?
Well, right now, we've proposed or they've asked us to annex into the town, and they've looked at the cost of annexation for them, and that's a big number for them. And so they've gone back, they're working with April right now to see if they can lower that number and make it cost feasible for them first.
Okay.
And so also, I think, Chief, the earliest that we would employ a SRO for D38 would be August of 2024, or probably.
At the very early, I would
very
imagine
early.
January 2025.
Right, probably looking at 2025.
Okay. All right, Ken, it's all yours.
Thanks. Line number, I'm just working my way up from the bottom to the top just with some questions. So number 7, deputy town manager for $200,000.
Yes, and I think I've called several of you. That was just put on there just to start a conversation, just start, planning for the future, succession planning and stuff like that, just to get you in the ballpark. That includes benefits. So that's 30% of that is benefits.
Okay, but is there a drive, demand, or need for a deputy town manager for a town our size?
So for a town our size, going forward, I would say probably not, but I'm probably not going to be here for longer than 5 or 6 years. And so I think you probably need to start planning on who the replacement would be and start training that person to take my place if I was to leave in 5 years.
Okay,
So-
understand. And I'm just, again, this question is coming up for my thought process is what's the requirement and what are the resources and what's the risk if we don't have one? So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Next question is just clarification on number 5, 645 Town Hall Building Foundation. What is that?
I have that same question on my notes.
So on the west side of our building here, there's some settling and foundation issues. I don't know that it will fully cost that much. We're looking at some repairs that we can make in the meantime, but until we start working on it, we're not entirely sure exactly what that will take. So that's again, something that we'll need to look at in the future.
This building here
This building,
has foundation issues?
correct.
So is it
Well,
at risk of collapse?
outside here on the west side.
There's some ADA sidewalk issues along with that we want to take care of.
Okay, and so is to Councilmember Kimple's point, is this something that's higher risk that should have been put into the regular budget versus supplemental? I mean, it's a low dollar amount.
Right now, we think that we can take care of it within our budgeted amount. It's just sort of like in the future, next year, if that doesn't solve the settling problem, then we want to be sure that we can take care of this. Potentially, we can work through our insurance company too, but we don't know that they will accept that as their responsibility as
Okay.
well. So
Thank you.
Okay. And then the last question, number 2, emergency management cameras and accessibility. Is that emergency management cameras that are going to be put up around various locations in the town of Monument?
So right now, we're just looking at our facilities and the Town of Monument buildings. Now that obviously we occupy 259 Town Hall, we have our streets facilities. We're looking for a unified system. We kind of have a lot of patchwork going on, and it ties into our emergency management along with our accessibility plan.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for this slide.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Kimple. On that note, I would like to bring up line item number 3. We just had a presentation on the Heart of Monument project where the funding was going to be done through fundraising by Kiwanis and others. So I'm not in favor of that as being a line item per se. What I would like to see, and I brought this up to you, is I would like to see the Parks Department be provided a $200,000 minimum going forward. Our equipment and our parks are in desperate need of work. Equipment wise is aged. Probably there's equipment there that's not legally sold anymore. I think we have a member in our audience who was on some of that equipment when he was a child. And I won't point him out, but he's turning 8 shades of red right now. But the parks in general has been neglected for as many years as I've been on the council.
Long before that.
Long before that. So I would like to see a chunk of money put towards the park ongoing. I don't know that it should be used for the Heart of Monument Park. I think we should allow the fundraising effort to take its course. But the rest of the parks that are aging, I think it's time we start paying attention to them before someone does get hurt.
Agree.
So if you can throw 200,000 into parks, I don't know if anybody on the council has anything you want to add to that.
Do we-
That's
We'll have,
We want to specify equipment. Or just leave it to the parks?
I trust the Parks Department that when they want to spend the money and it hits their dollar limit, they're going to come to us.
I'm good with that.
We'll come back to you before the next presentation with some project ideas.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mayor. I just maybe take half of the parts of Monument Park funds and put them over to the park fund for the town, and then also concentrate on equipment that is accessible for all needs, all
Well,
ages.
So Councilmember Kimball, this supplemental budget is a wish list. So we don't have to grant them the ability to do any of this. I'm asking for 200,000 out of the general fund be earmarked aside from what you have on the supplemental to go towards parks.
We can do that.
So,
Yep.
And we'll get you the number on what that'll do to the reserves.
And my last question regarding this slide in the wish list, the supplemental, this is directed towards Public Works. Is this everything that Public Works needs? Because as we expand the town of Monument with residents, with apartments, with all the different homes, there's going to be a need to upkeep on the infrastructure. And if they don't have the proper equipment to do that, then we're kind of tying one of their hands behind their back. So I just want to make sure that Public Works is getting what they need and addressing all their needs.
So Public Works actually mentioned they need number 11 and number 12. The street sweeper and asphalt rock.
As you know, this year we did a lot of maintenance work on the roads. We did a lot of asphalt work. We did a lot of repaving, did a lot of crack sealing and stuff like that. And we did it with the equipment we have. And I think the two top, like Mona said, is a new street sweeper. Jeremiah's here and he could talk more about it, but the information he's given me is we have two street sweepers right now. One of them probably doesn't work at all and we won't get much money for it. I think, how old is it? 25 years old? Around 25 years old. And we're going to have to give it to Rich and see if he could sell it for us. And then, good luck on that one. And then the other one we have to buy parts for all the time. And so it really would behoove us to buy a new street sweeper.
Asphalt truck would be good.
Are they good? Are they good? Is the Public Works good with snow removal equipment?
Yeah, we bought them a new snow removal equipment last year to the tune of $300,000. I think
7 ton or something like that. 6 ton.
Go back and
big
look.
old truck, right?
Yeah, it was so they're pretty good. You know, we're going to have that need again in a couple of years, probably 2 to 3 years. We'll have a need for a new one because I think y'all have got one that probably has a couple of years of life left on it. Yep.
So this isn't in order.
No.
Okay. I think the emergency interconnect for water is important.
But that comes out of the water fund.
Right. I see that.
So as far as the general fund items go, well, so for those of you who haven't sat through this before, obviously everything that you go through and approve, it will impact our reserve. And Mona, if you'd be so kind as to bring up something that can show us how these numbers impact the reserve. Like if we approve 6.7 million, just for example, what does that do to our reserves?
You'll be in the
We don't have
Okay.
You'll be in the negative.
6.7
So
million.
what's between 15 and 20? How much is that dollar amount between 15 and 25%?
Yes, so you have over $1 million, and actually you mentioned few things, so I took the liberty of running those numbers. 30,000, 200,000 for the park will bring our reserve to 23.1. And then if you approve number 11 and number 12, which is 575, will bring our reserve down to 16.9.
Okay, hold on to that. Just hang on one second so we can digest that. So 11 and 12 will bring us down to 16 point what?
0.9.
Oh, yeah, 3, 11, and 12 plus the media.
Okay, that's okay.
Plus what?
The
The mi-
PR.
Yeah, the PR.
Not.
Yeah, it's 30, not 50.
It's the street here, the street sweeper 11.
Well, we can't do that on the fly. We can't do that on this.
Can I say something?
It's a
when you
slide.
get a chance?
Can we let Mr. Tharner speak?
Yes, I keep hearing 11 and 12, but the sheets I'm looking at show number 11 as being the asphalt truck and 12 is the on-call water.
That's not our order.
No, look on the slide up there.
I can't
Look on
see
the
that.
slide.
That's what I'm
We're
saying.
talking, when we say 11 and 12, we're talking about the street sweeper and the asphalt truck.
Be nice if we got updated stuff.
And it's also projecting the correct numbers.
What did you expect us to do with Jackson Creek Parkway? I mean, just, you put it on there, just,
So
are you looking for us to get like,
we
get,
have a jacket
you
for
part of it? Like,
We want to let you know that that's what we think we're going to have a gap for in the entire project. And so we don't believe we're going to finish this project until probably 2026. And so you're going to need to come up with, unless we find some more grants between now and then, probably going to have to come up with $4 million.
that's gonna be a funky road. Okay.
We should complete the design by March or April and then go out to bid.
Well, so then would it probably wouldn't accelerate it at all then to take,
We have
200,000 or 300,000 over the next couple of years per year and factor that in. That wouldn't help accelerate 26 at all.
not this year. We have, I want to say close to $8 million in grants to spend this year, that are reimbursable grants. And so we probably wouldn't get to this until 2025 or early 2026. Just letting you know.
So Mona,
Yes.
how does HH factor into this for the revenue?
Um,
If it passes or doesn't pass, is that
It's not
substantial?
factored in because I don't even know how to make the projections. Nobody can provide any guidance.
Okay.
From the
And
state level, that there's no,
No, there is
Most of them are
guidance.
telling us they got to wait till the election and then they're to let us know.
so that's a little bit of a wild card.
Yep.
I've noticed as far as impact fees go, are you checking with surrounding communities? Because it seems like the ones I've seen show us a little bit low on development and impact fees.
I will ask Tom Tarnish to take this question.
All right, so we've gone through the supplemental budget. Is there any?
Hold on a second.
Steve's got a question.
Oh, I thought she was giving direction. Is she expecting, you expecting an answer?
Well, yeah, I guess I'm giving direction. Have you looked into what the surrounding communities are charging for development fees and impact fees?
I received guidance from my colleague, Tom, so
Okay.
that's why I'm asking if Tom can take this question
We
because
definitely can.
Yeah,
Steve, we'll
let's
take
just-
a look at that.
let's just see if, because if we're really low,
Yep.
we probably need to
We
bring
just,
those up so we'll get some, have some more money for roads and. things like
and
that.
when was it, Madeline, last year? We just increased our parks in lieu of fee, or cash in lieu of fee for parks.
Yeah, it was about a little more than a year ago that we actually started collecting it and we
Right.
never had in the past, but in the little bit of research I've done, we are below in a lot of our impact fees.
Right. And so we'll definitely get on that.
Yeah, and I've noticed that too. So if we could,
And the counties just met with the Home Builders Association and told them what they're going to be changing theirs to. And it's quite the shock for HBA.
okay.
So
thank
and
you.
we'll be doing the same.
Are we looking to increase the fees again?
we'll bring that to the council when we do the research and
Oh,
let you
happy
make that
to-
decision.
Happy to
Impact
increase the,
fees.
the
Impact fee.
in lieu of fees. to
Oh,
the
little
schools.
fees. Okay.
Very
good.
happy for us to do that before we're built out.
Right. We can bring that to you.
Okay, any other
couple questions on the water side? So earlier in the briefing, there was a discussion about a water tank. Replacement of the existing water tank. Is that the second one?
Yes, that is the tank on top of Monument Hill. It was part of the COP bond funds,
Yeah.
but due to the nature of how long the other projects had stretched out and the added expenses, we had to shift that into 2024.
Okay.
And we've upped the original budgeted price by, I think, about 400,000, just because we're seeing cost escalation based on current construction prices.
For the
So-
non-existing inflation.
So we originally budgeted 2.6 million. Now we're gonna budget about 3 million, just in case we get any additional
Okay. And
things.
how many million gallon? What size is the tank?
That will be a 1.2 million gallon tank.
Okay.
And that'll take us from today, or prior to this tank being up, we were at about 800,000 gallons. And now we'll be at almost 3.2 million gallons.
Okay,
Worth of
that's-
storage.
That's really good. Okay. If I'm reading, so I'm not the brightest bulb in the box, but if I'm reading the numbers correctly, it looks like from 2A, between 2A and the water fund, we have some slop in the numbers, in the sense that we've got some extra perhaps.
Right.
Is there a way that we can kind of start looking a little bit more aggressively on renewable water purchases?
Water rights.
Yeah, water rights.
Yep, we're working with two of our partners right now to look at that.
Okay.
We're having our water attorney and our engineer look at those. They're comparing those to how feasible it would be for us to get those.
Okay.
The problem with water rights right now is they're so far south. You got to be able to get the water from where you get the water rights to up here. And so we got to be able to determine which system we use to bring the water up here. And then as the water rights become available, we're going to bring it to the council to make a decision on that.
Okay.
Because there are some available right now. They're just really difficult to get
Yeah,
up here. We could buy them, but get them up here would
sure.
be difficult.
I would prefer to get the water rights and figure it out later
Right.
than try to figure it out and then it's not there anymore.
Yep.
And a couple of years ago, it was about 15 grand. I think now it's at 18, moving to 20 grand.
It is
For,
closer to 20.
yeah, so the longer we wait, it's only going to get more expensive.
I
Thank you.
agree.
Quick question. Sorry.
Yep.
Can you go back one slide, Mona?
This way or
No,
the
the
other?
other, the one that listed the 2024 budget. That it was like that Excel file with the yes, no.
Oh,
Oh,
the supplemental.
Yes, yeah,
That-
thank you. Sorry, it was a couple back. So I'm looking at in the budget, yes, no. Currently, they all say no. When do we need to start assigning which ones we want to say yes to? Does it have to be tonight?
This is yes,
Yes.
this is the wish list,
Okay,
and everything that you say yes to impacts our reserve.
right.
So what the plan is, the ones you say yes to tonight, we'll put those in the budget and we'll come back to you with what the reserve's going to be at that time, based on that.
Well, she can tell us live what
Yes.
what it's going to be, but we
Right.
need to vote in December because there's no, so this is the time to,
Decide which yes we want. Okay, thank you.
And then also, one of the decisions we're hoping you're going to make is whether or not we're going to have a second meeting in December too, based on this.
right.
And also the election, right? The election results, whether HH is going to really significantly impact or because you mentioned earlier that the state is, if HH passes, the state is giving us till January or no?
No, they're not providing us any guidance. And the budget and the amended budget, they have to be approved by the end of the year. They are to be filed by the end of January of next year.
All right.
So while we're staying on the HH subject, if HH fails tomorrow, that's a revenue increase for the town, correct?
Correct.
And so your numbers based on revenue, are they factoring in that
They are
HH doesn't
not.
pass?
They are not. Either way, either if it passes or it fails, they're not factored in because we don't have any guidance. We don't know exactly how much to factor in.
One
What
thing
will be
about-
the increase in revenue?
One thing about us, we're extremely conservative when it comes to budgeting. You notice we only put in 6% almost every year. We put a 6% increase in sales tax. It typically performs at a lot higher than 6% over the last 3 or 4 years, but we continue to be conservative on our projections, and we're the same way with property tax. We're very conservative, even though we got numbers, a couple days ago? We got numbers from the county.
Yes, we did. We received, so I asked the county to give us some information, just like you asked me tonight, and we did receive some 2023. So we know there will be an increase in property taxes collected by the town. We just don't know exactly how much it's gonna be.
And we don't know if for some miracle that they go back into session and figure out a way to cap these property tax increases. I mean, I know there's a lot of things up in the air on this, and I guess we'll just have
And
to see
remember,
how it goes.
remember that we're not property tax heavy on our revenues.
Right.
We're
right.
more sales tax heavy on our revenues.
Right, yeah, I've done the math, and the property tax doesn't add up to a lot, but it does impact the budget. so.
So in 2022, we collected about 1.2 million in property taxes. And this is without Triview because, as you know, we do share a portion with Triview for the properties in the Triview area. I will say we should probably expect about 30% increase just based on, I live in the town of Monument, just based on how my taxes increased. And I know some of you also, your taxes, property taxes increased. I'm not sure if all of you, but I will say probably 30% will see an increase, but
What would you say the property tax revenue is for that year just for us?
I'm probably 1.5 million, but I reach out to my peers across Colorado, state of Colorado, and we just don't know exactly how much to project.
Right, okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
One more follow-up question.
Definitely.
Back to Jim's point about water fund for the emergency interconnect of and 500 grand. The 500 grand that's identified under the loop in the previous slide that can be used either or. Can that be used for the emergency connect, or is that a separate?
We definitely could use that for the emergency interconnect too.
Because I would like to see an emergency interconnect happen next year as well. But if we can use that, the previously identified 500, then I think this one in the supplemental, we can waive.
And you have to remember, we gave $250,000 to the Loop Board last year. The Loop Board got a $4 million grant that is for capital to be able to get reimbursed by the county. And so the board is talking about reimbursing that back to the entities at the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025. So the town should see probably, like we said, you're not going to get 100% reimbursed, but probably we should see somewhere around 225 or something like that coming back either at the end of the board's got to vote on it. So it's either going to be the 2024 or 2025. You'll see that money coming back to the town based on how fast we implement.
Okay, I know why we have a decent representation of employees here. Took me a minute to figure it out.
I totally didn't notice it.
Well, so we might as well talk about salaries. So, because that's why they're all here. It's not because they like it. You're asking for 7%.
Yes, sir, a 3% COLA and a 4% that would be based on performance. And so it doesn't mean every employee would get the 4%. It would be based on their individual performance.
Yeah. My only issue with it, if I'm being honest, it's got nothing to do with what a great job they do. And I know we're catching people up, but we've given 20% out over the last 2 years. And how you spent it, I don't know exactly. I mean, you could sort of figure out what percentage your average was. But to go up to 27% over 3 years, it's a lot. It's a lot of money. I don't know anybody in the private sector that gets 30%, almost 30% over 3 years anywhere. If the council wants to go forward with that 3% plus 7, and the 7 is the extra 4 is not guaranteed, then that's obviously up to them. I mean, surrounding communities are not doing this. I've spoken to the mayor Fountain. Colorado Springs has made the news because of what they're doing. Granted, they're having a shortfall of tax revenue, but they are giving their first responders a flat 4%, which is higher than what they're giving the rest of their town staff, which is 3%. And that's it. No additional revenue. And there's other municipalities that are in a similar situation. And I know this isn't a popular conversation to have. I apologize, but I just can't get past the fact that there's already been 20% given over the last 2 years, and you're asking for another 7%.
Yeah, and if you
Okay.
remember the 20%, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I look at it in terms of being compounded. It was 10%, and it was another 10, and we're looking at 7. Compounded, that's almost 20, it's 29.5% over 3 years. And I have a hard time with that. I worked private sector for many years and never saw that kind of a raise, a bump in my salary. And looking at, I too went out and started looking at salaries of surrounding communities, and it's just not there, guys.
Well, you pay our staff to do that for you. And so our staff has done that, and they've done the numbers, and our numbers come out to about 6.5%, I think. Is that right? So our numbers come out to about 6.5%. And that's why we set it at 7%. We had talked about, you got to remember the 20% that you're talking about was to catch us up. We were way underpaid in a lot of positions. I remember the first year I was here, we lost 18 police officers, and that was mainly because of pay. They went to other places that paid a lot more money. And so even though they'd been given raises prior to that, it still didn't catch them up. And so the councils previously had made the decision to give those 10% raises over 2 years just to catch everybody up.
But that wasn't police, and it wasn't across the board.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, like the mayor was saying, Colorado Springs is going with 4% for all their first responders. That has nothing to do with staff.
Yeah,
That's just police.
That's one city. So we use examples of multiple cities. And so our public works department would probably tell you that they were part of that 10% over the last 2 years. And it's just now getting them to about the mid-level of what other towns are paying around us. And so I talked to other people today, and we'd be glad to do a salary survey over the next year if you wanted to do that, so that we could have a professional come in here and compare what we're being paid to what other cities around us. So we're not just taking one city and comparing ourselves to that one city.
Well, and I asked for that over a week ago.
Well, we can't.
But I asked for it to come from CML.
And Bob's online, so I'll let Bob address that for you. And we'd kind of addressed it with you this week, sir.
Yeah,
And
but
I'll let-
something was
I'll
supposed to
let-
be given to me with just titles and there's been no response on it.
I'm going to let Bob address that to you.
Okay. Mr. Cole, would you like to address that?
Yeah, in order to get the information from CML, the town had to sign a non-disclosure agreement that limits the detailed information to just certain staff members, and so that was the condition upon which we obtained it from CML, and so we can't, unfortunately, we can't share the detail of that with the town council and outside those very limited number of staff persons that are authorized by that NDA.
Then what we have to do is rely on the information we get since we're not privy to that.
I mean, it does seem
Or you could
rather
rely
odd
on
that
your
we-
staff that you pay to do this for you.
But it does seem rather odd that the people who approve all of the staff members in the state's budgets, which includes their salaries, the elected officials that control that budget aren't privy to what the rest of the municipalities and government agencies are paying to make sure that it's on par.
And like I said, you could do that if we hired a company to come in and do that for you. Then we're not going through CML and we don't have to abide by the NDA with CML.
That's right, and all that information is public information, so it's corable. But in terms of having it put together by CML and then made available to you, they have dictated the terms that, their information is available to you under.
Okay, so we're not going to have the information, at least not before we have to vote.
Can I, just to help me or help educate me. So you mentioned that in the past, call it staff, oh my goodness, brain fart. The staff pay wasn't keeping up with the rest of, call it the county, the community, the other towns, correct?
Right.
And that generated a back-to-back, it sounds like back-to-back 10% raise to get us at the midpoint, the mid-level
It
of.
depends on which employee groups you're looking at.
Okay.
So, each one's differently.
Yeah.
Looked at differently. And so I think probably overall, we're either mid-range or in between mid-range and high
Okay.
on that.
And so this 7% then is to keep up with the mid-range or to get us slightly above
It's-
mid-range-ish?
It's probably to get us slightly above mid-ranges, but you got to remember 3% of that 7 is just a cost of living.
Yep.
The CPI has gone up at least 3%.
Okay. So really, it's a 4% raise. Do we know?
It's for performance.
Yeah.
It's not guaranteed.
Yes. It's
So-
pay for performance.
Okay, and
Right.
do we know what the state or county average is? All things being equal?
Yeah, I'll let
It-
Erica address that.
So if I may, we, finance send a survey across Colorado, and also HR department sent out a survey, and we receive responses. So what we have used as assumption in our budget is the average for COLA from all the responses we receive across Colorado. And then also we use the same for merit. So we use the average. Also SHRMA, which is the Strategic Human Resource Management, they mentioned for 2024 a 4% merit increase. So that's how we came up with these assumptions. It was the average across. So some municipalities will have more, some will have less, but in average, this is what. And I'm not sure if HR would like to add to this.
No, I just, going off of kind of what Mona said, I can give you a little bit of backstory and our goals and what we've been working on this year to just kind of get a consistent foundation across the board within the town of Monument, their salaries, We filled 23 positions this year, which I feel that 10% last year and the 10% before has helped us get to that level. In doing that, we're still, I think, in the bottom 3 for our police department, and we have several positions that are at the minimum range. We do have some, we have a plan for those that are on the upper range, looking to build some salary schedules to better cap those out. That hasn't gone, this whole process hasn't been super easy, right? So we had to go back and redevelop job descriptions that were consistent with the salaries and the job duties that were being performed, along with implementing a new performance management team so that we were more data driven when we were allocating these paid for performance raises. In doing that, we're finally there kind of in our last bit of the finish line, where I understand, I hear you with the questions regarding the salaries and where we got this information. At the beginning of the year, the number that was thrown out was 10%. And we came together as a team and we said, there is no way we can make that recommendation. Of course, we always wanted to, lean on the side of the employees and do everything that we can to get them in that market. But it just, the numbers weren't there this year. They are consistent. I mean, we have a wide variety of those comparables that we measured that off of. And we've taken considerable amount of time to prepare this data and make this recommendation that I feel we have the support of all of our directors and management team. Is it the answer to everything? No, but I can speak to, we've created some new positions. We have highly qualified people now in positions that we've waited for or dreamed of, and we're able to retain our employees, but we still have work to do to just be comparable in the market. Obviously Monument, we have some employees who live here locally, some who don't, the commute, the housing, all of those factors, longevity, education, skills, certifications, things like that. There's a whole process that goes into play. I would be a huge advocate if this is a priority of the council to invest in an actual compensation salary or report. Obviously, in the past, we really haven't had the funding to do that or the direction. But that's a little bit more information. And as far as the CML survey, I appreciate Bob speaking to it. It does kind of put us in a situation with personnel when we're discussing personnel. And I do have a report that we use internally that has helped us be consistent across the board in our salary structures. However, the information we use on our internal report are from CML. And so Bob didn't feel I should release that at this time. I'm happy to do whatever work you would like us to do to get you more information regarding that. I just want to make sure we do it the right way.
I would like to make one comment about CML. CML is self-reporting. Okay, so I can tell you anything I want to tell you. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be factual. And so whatever that information is, you have to rely on what people are telling you. I don't like it.
Right.
I just have no confidence in that kind of a reporting structure.
Yep.
I'm a data person and I just don't have any confidence in it.
But, obviously I'm privy to that report. And if you were to read that report, it's not as easily readable or there's so many different factors. There's, some of our positions don't align with positions who share the same title. So you really have to dig deep into the job descriptions, into the actual specifications of what they're doing on the job for the town of Monument, and match a job description here or there in a comparable town. And, there's just so many factors to where we utilize that, but that's not our only resource. Our chief has taken the time to do his own independent research to get his department up to standards. And he picked up the phone and, he has a chief network that he was able to get information. And we've had to do that for some positions. We've had to reach out to SHRM and these national companies to get that help as well. So we're trying, we're just not there yet where we can branch away from the CML.
So as you can see, a lot of work has gone into this.
Well, except we don't see any of the results of the work. We don't see any.
What do you mean?
I know. I'm getting to Mr. Kimple. Whatever data you're collecting, all I see is a number. I don't see any of the data behind it. So when a couple of years ago, we went through this, previous HR director provided us a ton of data. we were sitting at big red going through this. We saw a lot of data. I don't see any data right now. I see a number. But before, if you want to comment on that, that's great. But Councilmember Kimple has had his hand up for quite a bit. So Councilmember Kimple.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. My hand was getting tired being raised so long, but it's okay. Hey, so some questions about the 7%. I understand, you're saying that it's a 3% COLA and then a 4% increase based on performance-based. Is the council privy to see the pay appraisal or performance matrix on how that's awarded? Number one. Number two is, my understanding was it was also a performance-based initiative with the past pay increases over the past 2 years. I could be wrong on that, but if it was, do we have the data to reflect what percentages or how many people got the max bonus or pay increase to say a 7, not the, the full 10%, or an 8% or 7% or 5%. And then also, are we also looking at other ways? Because I know we talked about this before, and because I haven't heard this, is other ways to compensate town employees, whether it's the staff or police force, for longevity, saying like if they stay on the job for at 10 years, they'll get a increased amount of pay, or compensating their future pension plans or something like that as well. I am a little, I would like to know, 7% after the past 2 years of 10% each. That's 27%. Got it. We want to pay our employees who are doing an exceptional job. We want to pay them and retain them, but pay is not the only thing. In addition to, I'd be more kind of on the side of, say, 5%, place 7, to have that discussion. And with that, I yield back to the mayor.
So Councilman Kimple, to your longevity issue, I'm going to let Erica address that because we do have a longevity plan.
Great question. We have several different mechanisms to support our staff. The longevity, I'll speak to that first, and I think Mona's going to pop it up on the screen. Our HR manager, Emily, who's in the audience, created this kind of promotional flyer for longevity. Thank you, Mona. If you just scroll down a little bit, kind of goes into who's eligible. And then if you scroll down, there's the bonuses for our longevity geez. So we have built this. This has been implemented this year. I'm losing my train of thought. My mind's going in a million places. We've also built some incentive packages with our insurance benefit. We have several veterans who work for us who have health insurance and don't necessarily take advantage or need to take advantage of the health insurance. So we have an incentive. If they decline our health benefit package, they get, I think it's $2,100 per year. That'll go into effect in January. We've looked at all of those ways. We have our retirement package, and I'll be bringing to you a proposal next meeting with a little bit of a better company. I don't know how else to say it, where our employees can have a little bit more opportunity there. So we've looked ins and outs and everything with the market, all the suggestions that have come down through the HR world of just, really nickel and diming anything that we can. Now, I do have to reiterate, Mr. Kimble and Town Council, the 4% is paid for performance, and I know you asked for that metrics. We do have a metrics in review. It hasn't been technically approved. I think in the next couple weeks, in our directors meeting, we have a work session on just kind of deciding on those numbers and those factors. The program that we use right now is called Perform Yard, and it builds it out for us on the ratings of 1 through 4 scoring based off of what their supervisors have rated them. It's a number game there, and we just kind of have to go down and decipher what that percentage would look like based off of what's approved from the board. So we have kind of some templates in place, and it's based off of the amount on the performance side that we would adopt.
If I may add, these performance reviews are done quarterly, which before it was done annually. So this year we have quarterly employee reviews.
Yeah, and the reason is before last year, and I can't speak to the previous HR director, once the 10% was approved one year, it was across the board. So everybody got it. It wasn't based off of performance.
That's not true.
This year, one of the years it was.
Was not. We never gave a flat 10% because the topic came up. I insisted it become 10% because Mr. Foreman said it was based on inflation. And when I said that means everybody gets 10% across the board, he said no, because he wanted it to be performance based. And my argument back to him was everybody got impacted by inflation at the same rate. So you have never gotten a 10% raise
Across the board.
that was across the board. You got a 3% COLA or maybe a 4%, and the balance was equal to 10%.
Got it.
I think Mr. Kimple has also asked, what did we give? So if last year you were able to give 10%, what was the net amount percentage-wise out of that 10%? Did you give 10% completely to everybody? Did it go to 9? Did anybody see above 10%? Because some people only got, let's say, 2.
Right. And I believe I might have misspoke on that. I think it was approved and then we went
Mayor's right.
back. Yeah. Yep.
So typically what we do, Mayor, on that is, so we give a bucket of money to the director. Okay, so we give them, say, 10%. It is up to them to give that out to their employees based on their performance. And so if they have an employee who's performing at a lower rate, then they'll get less than 10%. That one that's higher than that, they may get more than 10% based on their performance, but they only get 10% for all of their employees. And once again,
where I was going with that was basically that's why this year from the get-go we implemented the quarterly evaluations, because when we got towards the end of the year, there was, some obviously we gave it to the directors, but there was no standardized performance-based measurement. At least I didn't feel, and I wasn't in this position previously, so that's all I can speak to. I do remember working with the PD, and I think it was 10% flat for their salary schedule. I would let Chief speak to that case, but he wasn't here either, but I'm sure he has that historical info. Yeah.
But I do have
So-
a couple things I'd like to add at some point.
Yeah, I do have another question is, have we looked at, or number one, have we looked at increasing this longevity pay format to a higher amount so we don't have to keep offsetting pay increases every year? Number one, because I would encourage that, along with two things. Spot cash awards for employees that are going above and beyond, whether it's quarterly, like a quarterly spot cash award, or also an annual bonus for top rated performers. Are we doing that, or can we do those two things? And if we can, why aren't we doing that? Number one, or if we can't because of some legality, can it be done?
Yeah. I would have to look further into that and understand all the logistics that go along. I know there is some with bonuses and spot cash awards. The goal this year, we do have some positions that we're having a hard time competing with on the public works sector. I can tell you right now, the starting pay is $21 an hour and McDonald's is hiring $21 an hour. So there's some of those positions with this that we need to increase with our current employees and then our future employees on that salary schedule. We have a matrix that we're using on top of this to help us. It's not all positions across the board. The longevity, this is the first year, so I don't have data saying, if that's working or if that's, helping retain those employees. What I can say is we are able to hire right now based off of the trend that we've been going, and we are retaining.
Yeah, I bring up a couple of things. Maybe people know about them, maybe people don't. I just want to be able to use all the tools in the toolbox, so to speak.
Yep.
To maximize attracting and retaining the best employees and staff, and police force as possible, because they all do an outstanding job. But just I think there's got to be some incentive-based awards other than just the performance appraisal or pay appraisal matrix that we use.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's our goal. We'd like to get there to that position. I think I just have to reiterate, there's still some work to be done in order to get there.
Okay. Councilmember Abbott, you have your hand raised physically.
I'm over here trying not to blow a gasket. This 7% is based on their performance, right?
No, 3% is COLA, 4% is performance.
That makes it even worse for me. Has anybody been shopping lately? It is expensive. I don't think that this is a bad idea. What is wrong with having happy employees that work in Monument? We have so many other things going on. I'm all for this.
I was gonna, to piggyback on what Senna said, I get the 3% COLA, but I think there should be like a flat raise across the board and then a performance percentage. So COLA's 3%, whatever. I think there should be, call it to even numbers, 5% raise across the board. And then look at percentage X for performance base. I do like, yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, I don't mind the bonus idea, Mr. Kimple, but that's also taxed. So that hurts after being taxed. So.
All right, well, we can't implement, we can't implement what they're going to do bonus wise or the longevity pay. Obviously this is from a different bucket, right? The longevity pay is part of a different bucket, not your standard salaries, or are you including that also?
Longevity pay is from a different bucket.
Okay,
This
so
is
the
gonna be
7%.
regular salaries.
Okay.
But if I may put, I'm so sorry, if I may say something, just perhaps to put things in perspective, every % increase for general fund, it's 26,000 across all employees, just so you know. So 7%, it's 182,000 for the entire year. And obviously it's your decision, but I just want to put things in perspective, how a change in 1% impacts our budget. Thank you.
And just to add to that, it's already in the budget, so
Right,
it
so-
wouldn't affect our general.
Right,
fund
so
reserve.
if what's already in the budget here, which is showing salaries at $3.4 million, wouldn't a 1% change be $348,000? Right. I understand that.
It's not 10%, and then the 3.368, we still have some vacant position. So this is the best case scenario if we're fully staffed, but we are having some open positions in the budget right now. So there always be, this is like the best case scenario when everybody gets 7%, because we don't know, sometimes the salary we bought.
Right, so I'm understanding that this 3.4, $3,482,433 is you assuming new positions, and everyone got a 7% raise. Is that what you're telling me? I know. Let me, okay, is my assumption correct? And what is what I said correct?
Yes, what you see in the budget is I'm not sure exactly what line you're looking, but if you're looking at
I'm looking at the 2024 general fund expenditures, salaries and wages, 3,482,433.
yes, so that will include the salaries of regular employees. That will also include seasonal employees for the parks in the summertime. That's about 50,000, and then overtime, which are estimates about 42,000, and then longevity recognition, just like HR mentioned, about 2,000, and then on-call pay about 13,000.
Okay, so that's also including, I see the salaries of seasonal employees, overtime in there, the longevity recognition for that. So then let's forget about that. Let's just do the 3.3, the $3,368,863. Is that number there include everybody with a 7% raise plus new positions that we don't have?
Correct, it does.
Okay. Going back to Ken's question, because it was one of the ones I was going to ask, is, Mr. Foreman, do you know off the top of your head how many employees got performance-based raises? Percentage.
What year?
Last year.
Last year? I don't, but I could say it's in the upper 90%.
So most everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Got raises. Now I can't tell you what percentage they got.
No, not COLAs. So they got some form of merit.
Somebody got
some form of merit.
Right.
Okay. And going
that-
back to
I'm sorry, Mr. Romanelli.
It could have been anywhere from 4 to 7,
Okay.
depending on their performance.
4 to 10.
Well, last year, yeah.
Right.
4 to 10, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. I guess at this point,
So I just want one question.
of course.
Okay, so the bucket of money that you give to each department.
Right.
What happens with the money that's left over, if there is any leftover money from that bucket of raises?
Mayor Pro Tem salary.
Yeah, right. Assuming that not everybody gets a raise and there's money left over, where does that money go?
General fund reserve.
So it goes back to the general fund.
Right.
Correct, or sometimes they go on unexpected expenses, like this year we had the attorney, or, some projects like Madeline mentioned, the foundation. So either will go to the reserve or unexpected expenses.
Okay, and this isn't like a use it or lose it kind of a thing for their budget, correct?
No.
No.
Okay.
No.
And
It would just roll into the amended budget for next year.
All right, thank you.
may I respectfully ask the town council to listen to Chief Regan? He was trying to say something, and
Yeah, I didn't see.
I almost raised it online, but I figured that would be tacky.
Chief?
And then you stole my thunder right. No, I'd just like to chime in about the police department. Not that we're any different. Obviously, we're part of the town, but you've asked for numbers and we have put those together. I don't know the best mechanism to get that to you if you want to see it. And Mr. Fiorito, to your point, I was happy to hear you say that we'd like to push to be in the middle of the pack. I'll tell you that with a 7% raise, we're still number 7 out of 10. With 2 of those agencies below us being Manitou Springs and Woodland Park, which I don't actually compare ourselves to. Maybe population-wise, they're closer to us, but that's not where I'm losing people. That's not where I have people apply. I have people apply to Castle Rock, to Parker, to Colorado Springs, in El Paso County. And those agencies are significantly higher than us, even with a 7% raise. So while I understand that maybe Fountain's only given 4%, that's great. Still puts us $9,000 below them going into next year. And I'll add that Fountain also gives every cop a take-home car. So as far as comparing apples to apples, we really need a company or somebody to help us compare all the benefits that we're up against, because my cops know it. I bet all of my cops here can tell you who's paying what and what you get if you go somewhere else. So when we looked at raises for next year, and I spoke with Mike about this extensively, is that we weren't looking for merit and COLA increases. We were looking to change our pay structure. With that came a top out. We didn't really have a good structure that said this is where you start and this is where you stop. But based on the budget we put together, we have that. So while we're asking for a 7% raise to move the bottom of our range up to get us somewhat in the range of everyone else, I'm also telling you that I'm not giving a total of 7% out, because some people aren't getting full 7% because they hit their top out. I'll ask that for this year, and this has been fascinating. It's my first time actually sitting as the chief in one of these meetings. The conversations have been enlightening, but I'm heartened to hear that you do understand that we have to compete in this market. My list that I put together, which I'm happy to share, also shows all the vacancies that everybody else has. Just in this area, agencies are competing for 160 cops. They would take any one of these in a heartbeat because they're already trained and they can hit the road running. We would do the same thing, but we don't have to. The only agency out of these 10 that doesn't have a vacancy is Monument. And I would guarantee you that goes much farther than this region. There's something about being here that cops want to stay, but pay is part of that reason. So I'm just asking that we can get this step just to make us a little bit more competitive, and we'll probably have a very similar conversation next year going forward just to keep these people here. Thank you.
I would like to make a suggestion that we deal with the police department independent of everybody else, because they truly are independent. You've got people that put their lives on the line on a daily basis, and you know, to group them in with everybody else, I think is doing them a disservice.
Councilwoman Chronic, I would have to defer to Bob Cole with that question. That question has come up at times. He has advised us, and Bob, I would defer to you that, you know, all of our positions here are equally needed. We have safety sensitive positions across the board. I know, Bob, I'll let you speak because you kind of gave me a schooling on this.
Yeah, under the Equal Pay Act, we don't really get to differentiate between the types of jobs that are being done. We have to pay equally based on the responsibilities and the job tasks. And granted, there may be jobs within the police department that there are no other comparisons, but there certainly are some. And so, for instance, you can't take the whole police department and say they're going to get one set of raises and the other set, because that would violate the Equal Pay Act. If you have a clerk in the police department that has the same level of responsibility as a clerk in another department. And so the analysis really needs to be, what are the job tasks, what are the responsibilities of those positions, and how do those measure up against other positions within the town? And then are they paid equally if they're of equal responsibility, or are they ordered correctly based on their responsibilities? And that really comes back to, well, you've got to do something for this year, and I understand that. You know, the idea of a comprehensive townwide compensation analysis or salary survey really will benefit you in terms of meeting your obligations under the Equal Pay Act.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
So maybe it's because I'm ESL, but are we saying it's 7% flat across the board, or are we saying 3 plus an extra 4-ish somewhere in there for performance? 3 plus 4. Right. So we're not saying 7. So I go back to what Senna was saying, which is, I think we need to first look at covering the cost of living. That's 3%, 3.5, 3.
3.2 is what
Okay.
the Social Security came
And
up.
then what I would like for the council to look at is a flat raise across the board, plus then a 4% range for performance. So 3.2 plus, I don't know, make it another 4, whatever, 3% X for flat across the board for every employee. That's the raise for this year. And then an extra 4 or whatever Mike and Human Resources kind of advocate for performance-based. That's what I would like to see.
You're saying that you want,
Call it,
so let's say 3 plus 4
11.
plus another 4,
sure.
so
But it's
11%?
but see,
10.
we're looking at a whole as a whole number, but it's not, right? It's 3% and Umpty Frats gets 1% raise and
Umpty Frats?
Umpty Frats, and then
Must work for Tom.
Numbnuts gets 2%, and it's not 7 across the board, right? So it's 3 for COLA, and then performance based. What I would like to see is COLA plus raise across the board, and then look at performance.
Okay, so I just want to note that we have somebody in the audience that would like to speak. Does not happen normally during budget, but if you're an employee, at your own risk.
And Mayor, hold on. I want you to take that back, because at your own risk, that I don't want him to feel like he's at a risk.
No, it's a joke because
Yeah. I
last
understand.
year, Cassie, you spoke, right? Or was it 2 years ago? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
By all
I
means, come
understand.
down. We'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yep.
Please tell us who you are and who you report to so we know.
I'd like to thank you guys for letting me come up and speak. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. Thank you, Mike, for allowing me to do this. I'm not really here to kind of talk about, money. I could talk about that all day long. I think everybody can. Oh, we want this, we want that. But I think one of the biggest things is that I want is to stay here. I want to be a part of this town as long as you guys want me to be a part of this town. One of the issues that I've run into this year, obviously Erica mentioned earlier that the pay is at 21 an hour. I'm at 20 an hour. So I'm wondering where that $1 is. Like I said, I don't want to talk about this pay right now. I don't want to talk about me having to pay for groceries, me now having to get a second job. I work at Bass Pro part-time as well. So I'm working now 60 to 70 hours because I'm not making enough that I should be. I'm looking at all these other towns, things like that. I could do that all day long. I could go on ZipRecruiter and I could scroll. You'd see a bunch of places that are paying more, obviously. That always happens, especially with, all this inflation, everything that's going on, gas prices, things like that. I just want to at least know that you guys are going to be taking care of us, because right now all I hear is a bunch of arguing from a bunch of people, whether it's yes or no, that you guys don't want to give us money, rather than I want to hear we want to be taken care of, rather than treated like a commodity, treated like someone that I could just walk out the door and you guys would be okay with that. That's something that, I've seen throughout many. I've also worked at Manitou. I've been in parks for a year and a half. I've been here 9 months. So I've also worked at Manitou, and I've seen the same things happen where other employees have left to go to different places. I've seen people from Manitou go to Fountain. I've seen people from Manitou go to Castle Rock, everything like that. But like I said, I don't want to talk about money. I don't want to talk about any of that, because that's obviously what you guys handle. I don't handle anything like that. You guys are the ones that pay me, of course. I'm just here to do the work for you guys, because that's what you guys want us to do. But what I want you guys to do is just remember that we're here and that we're putting in the hours for you guys to make sure that everything that you guys want done is going to get done. That's all I really wanted to say. But like I said, I thank you guys for letting me speak. It's hard to, now work 2 jobs, of course, with everything that goes on. And then there's a lot of people that can contest to that they've worked 2 jobs. You guys have probably worked 2 jobs a lot before, everything like that. So it's a struggle, but, I just want to make sure that you guys understand where we're coming from as employees, rather than just people that you guys are just looking away from and going to our superiors and now have to tell us. That's why we showed up to this meeting today, so we can understand what you guys are really trying to do for us rather than against us. So like I said, I thank you guys for your time. I thank you guys for letting me come up here. Obviously, it was at my own risk, but
It's all, no,
thank you.
thank you very
Ben.
much.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that you wanted to get this out in the open, right? You are probably speaking for if not all of your employees, a good coworkers, a good portion of them. And the thing that we don't hear from as a council is from you guys enough. I really wish, the first time when Cassie came up 2 years ago, I was giddy that an employee would come up and actually speak to us, because we interact with the directors mostly. So I'm glad that the regular staff are coming forward and speaking up.
Yeah, definitely. And I really appreciate you guys,
Thank you
like I
so
said,
much.
for letting me come up here. And I do speak for a lot of employees here but I like to speak for everybody. I'd like to have everybody involved with everything rather than we're just kind of sitting in the back, just listening to everything that's going to happen to us. So, but it happens to everybody as well. So like, we're all one team, like we all should be one family rather than, us scrolling through like a bunch of apps, like and be like, oh, look at how much Greeley is paying Windsor, everything like that too. So
You don't want to go to Greeley.
I know, right? I lived in Loveland for 6 years, so trust me, that was
It's a long
that's a
commute.
cow farm right there. But yeah, like I said, thank you guys for your time.
Thank
and,
you
I
so
appreciate you
much.
guys. Oh, thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just trying to think of where to go with this next, as far as the budget goes.
I don't.
Well,
Well, I don't,
the next discussion is December, and we'd have to have a number by then to vote on. So we have to have the discussion now.
And we need some type of direction to put a final budget together.
Seriously?
You open the door.
Come on down.
I have one other question regarding the budget, not.
Come on,
dealing
Joe.
okay.
Council, my name is Joe Castellano. I'm the street supervisor for any of you guys that don't know. I get emotional talking about this stuff. I've been supervisor here for probably about 4 years now. I've worked here a total of 6. I came from Douglas County and I was a grunt worker at Douglas County. I worked in the Parks Department and I made more money as a parks laborer than I do as a supervisor. But I stay here because of the passion that people have in this town. Came from a big place, we're just a number. People work here because they're passionate about what they do and they're passionate about this town. Every day we're on the road working, we close down sidewalks, roadways, doing maintenance, repair for you guys. And citizens are always coming up to us saying, thank you so much for what you do. You guys are the reason our communities are safe. Our police officers, our parks crews work tirelessly. The streets, the parks department, we just worked a 13-hour shift the other day doing snow. We don't go home. I don't live in town. I can't afford to live in town. And that's none of your guys' fault. Everybody knows the, interest rates and stuff like that. But I just want to say, our starting employees start less than McDonald's workers. And again, that's not up to you guys. We understand that, but you guys ask that we have CDLs. And that's a lot of money to get a CDL. And there's a lot of weight on those applicants' shoulders when they apply to get that CDL. And what is stopping an employee from getting a CDL and going somewhere else that can pay them triple than what we make here? I've worked here for 6 years and I've loved every minute of it. I've had the honor of doing a ride along with Mitch LeKind in the past. And, he just thought at the beginning that we just went out and moved snow. And I ended up saving 2 people. They were stuck. And even Mitch is in the cab with me and he's going, you're going to help those guys? Like, absolutely. That's what you guys pay us for. That's why we work here. Because we're passionate and we care about this community. But I just ask you guys dig into your hearts and just think about it. Thanks.
Thank you. And if you,
Joe, we're not done with you. Yeah, let me just tell
before he goes though, I have a request that you bury his driveway next time.
Hey, hang on a second. So for those of you who have never done a ride along with somebody plowing through the snow, this man drives with the force. We were going down Old Denver, not a light on, couldn't see the lanes in front of us and there was no markers. And for the life of me, I could not figure out how it was. And so I asked him, how do you know where the road is? And he deadpan looked at me and said he used the force. And yes, you saved more than 2 people. I mean, we spent a good portion of time on Baptist working on roads that weren't the towns to let that 18-wheeler out because he couldn't get up the hill.
Yeah.
So totally recognize the job that you do. And if it's a fun experience, and if we do it again, I demand open mic. Because those of you who were on staff, y'all shut up when you found out I was in the car. Okay, I want to hear the dialogue. I want to hear the camaraderie. I want to hear the passion, right? You're not going to offend me. I was a sailor.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any, he already told you, he wants you to bury my driveway.
It was a request.
He likes to shovel snow anyway, so.
Is there any other town employees that would like to speak?
Can I just add something to that? I know we talked about separating the police out, but never forget, we can do our job because of them. The only reason we get to calls and that we get saved sometimes too. It's because of people like that. That's all I want to say. Good job, Joe.
Good job,
you.
Joe, and thanks, Chief, for that. That's exactly what I was going to say. You try to separate the two, and how can you? Because without our Public Works Department, without our Parks Department, there's a lot of times, I remember last year's budget, we looked at where we're going to buy a snowplow, where we're going to get it. And the police department gave up something to get us to get that snowplow. And so our groups work together. I mean, we love our police department. Everybody knows I support them 100%. We've got the best police department that I've ever had the opportunity to work with. But we also have the best Public Works Department, the best Parks Department and admin too. They do an amazing job. You got to remember, everybody supports each other. It's not one group out there making the town look good. We all work together. You heard the passion tonight. And I'm so glad the employees stood up and spoke and showed that passion, because that's what we're about. That's what this organization's about. We represent you and we represent our citizens here. And I'm telling you, every one of these employees would lay down their life for you.
I would make a recommendation if my associates would approve. I did really some hand scratch math while these guys were talking. I wasn't ignoring what you guys were saying or texting. I was doing some math here, that if we made it 8% instead of 7 and just did 4% flat for everybody and gave you the 4% variance, it should bring us to a 25% instead of 25.75. And then that would reduce a little bit what we have to play with these other options. But we also, at some point tonight, need to make a decision on which of these options we send back with you to bring back to us as well. So I don't know how anybody else would feel about that for right now. And then I would like to see, like what Steve Wachulis had brought, and I think that's what he was referring to without CML. He did that real detailed thing where he said, look, some of our guys are adequately paid. Some are underpaid, a couple are overpaid. And really get that down, because just giving flat across the board isn't fixing this problem. The problem is where is everybody in relation to their position? Okay. And if we can get that levelized and then go from there with raises, it would be a lot more balanced, in my opinion.
And that's what we're doing. Starting 2 years ago, we started doing that.
Well,
And
if
so
we could
that-
see those numbers again, that would be great. And I don't need them to be CML's numbers. There's got to be a way to get them privately. Okay. This he did.
There is.
Okay, so can we work on that? We're not gonna be able to work on it for this budget. Can we work on it this year?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. That's what we suggested when we first started this.
How do y'all feel about
Definitely
making it 8 and giving everybody a 4% cost of living, because crap is expensive, and leaving them still the 4% to give up, and that doesn't blow the budget up too much or blow staff's recommendation for what they evaluated and discussed?
I say that what we should do is put a pin in the in number. Okay, put a pin in number 7 and give that to turn that over to them for raises.
Number 7 wasn't even on the table for what we're subbing back to them.
Yeah, number 7 is a
Yeah, that's, I mean,
Supplemental.
that's not even what we're talking about. We can't do all this. We have to make decisions on what we are
No,
doing.
I understand.
That wasn't even.
What I'm saying, it's got to come from somewhere.
The general fund.
Yeah.
That's what he's talking about.
Okay.
is that-
I already,
Yeah.
it's 330,000.
Oh, cool. All right.
Okay, I already did that math. So that takes it down to 25% instead of, it's about $330,000. It's more than that. Okay, so the pin's been popped.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I like it.
So let's.
Sorry, I was off. Okay,
They still.
okay.
Councilmember Kimple, are you good with a 4+4?
He's having a Mai Tai.
Yeah,
Don't blame him.
I'll probably need one after that. We're gonna keep going. Every year, we're gonna keep rustling about pay increases, salary increases, to meet or excel median annual salaries with other surrounding communities within El Paso County. So this is gonna be an ongoing thing.
Yes, it is.
I
Absolutely.
I just, I mean, I understand it. I understand it. Don't get me wrong. Believe me. I wish there was, just get on the soapbox. I wish there was that passion about, our healthcare workers and our teachers and other workers in our community, to
don't
increase their
pay
pay
them.
too. But I know that we can't do anything about that. We're solely focused on what we have here. And I look at some things that, what does government employees get? What do other folks get? I mean, I would like to see some of the data mining about what we're looking at about staying competitive. I'm all for staying competitive, paying what our employees need to retain them because of the work that they do. Don't get me wrong. So, I mean, I would support this, but I would like us to cradle the grave and pursue other means as well. Like I talked about an annual bonus, increasing the amounts once they achieve 5, 10, 15, 20 plus years, as to offset some of these things, because we also have to find a way to pay for whether it's equipment or repair or replacing things for the people in the community that everybody uses. So I think we have to find that balance. And that's what, I mean, I was going to ask Mona if she could look at on that list, that supplemental list, what it would mean if we took number 4, 5, 11, 12, and 13 and put it into the budget, or started reducing from those 5 things, what it would take away from our reserve fund. Also, the other question that I had on the budget that I didn't just get clarification, just jumping off the salary, was the fine and forfeits. There was $70,000. What is that? Is that what we're collecting, or is that what we're paying?
which page is that?
On the fines.
Yeah, I didn't catch the page while you were scrolling through all the PowerPoint. I didn't catch a page, but it was towards the front or in the beginning of the PowerPoint after, I believe it was after the first salary.
Is that under court? Are you talking about court fines and fees?
I didn't catch the title. So I was just like fines/forfeits, and it said $70,000. I just wanted clarification. Is that what we're collecting? Or, because I know it went from like $35,000 the year before. Now we're forecasting 70,000 for 2024. So I didn't know if that
And
was
it's
something
revenue.
Yeah,
Okay.
Councilmember Kimple, it's shown as a revenue under our court fines and forfeits.
Yeah, I missed the title, so I was just asking to clarification. That's all. Thank you.
All right, but before you go, Councilmember Kimball, what are the numbers again in the supplemental you're interested in?
Number 4, number 5, number 11, 12, and 13.
And so, just so I'm correct,
But he doesn't let me.
the
present.
pavilions at Monument Lake,
Yes,
the building foundation here at Town Hall, new street sweeper, new asphalt truck, and the PR firm.
yes.
You want to know what those are?
What that would do to our, what would that bring our reserves down if we were to
Can
fund it?
can I build some scenarios, because you mentioned several, and I can provide you tomorrow these numbers if I can group, because Mayor LaKind, you mentioned some others, and then so I can build whatever scenarios you like, whatever combination, and provide you where the reserve is going to be once you provide me that guidance. Will that
Okay.
work?
Sure. In the meantime, Councilmember Kimple, you did say you were good with 4+4?
Yes.
Okay, so, Mona, did you hear those numbers for Councilmember
Yes,
Kimple?
I heard 4 COLA, 4 merit increase,
No,
4
no,
plus.
the numbers that he would like to know what does to the
Oh.
adjusted budget, the reserves. Do the 4+4. All right, first of all, are we all good with 4+4? Okay, so we're good with 4+4.
Well, let me ask a question if we're talking 4+4. I haven't said hardly anything.
You're gonna have plenty of opportunity to talk tonight.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm curious as to how well does the merit pay portion of it work? I mean, it's hard to ask this question because I don't really know how the system is set up, but is it pretty much a guarantee that some employees will, I mean, that every employee will get some of that? Or, I mean, if you're just a terrible employee, you probably don't stay around, but if you're doing your job, percentage wise, how many people get part of that merit pay?
I would say probably, yeah, 90+% get something, you know, they're going to get something. It's all going to be based on their performance. And so like you insinuated, if we've got somebody that's not performing well at all, not only are they not going to get a raise, but they may be invited to go work somewhere else too. At the same time, we don't just use this as a disincentive. We use other methods to do that. And so this is used as an incentive for the ones that are working above and beyond, you know. And so I would say over 90% get probably most of it, and the rest of them get some of it.
I would just add
And
one
so,
caveat.
and it really depends on what department you're in, because like the police department has steps.
Right.
And so they've got to be able to fill those steps and stuff like that. And so they probably don't use this as much as the rest of the employee groups do.
The issue
Okay,
that
and then-
we see is that you'll hit the top of your range.
Right.
So potentially you wouldn't get the full raise because you've hit the top of your range.
Right.
Gotcha.
And we've got some people
So you-
on
so
our
you
side
need
too.
to have some flexibility in this.
Correct.
Okay, and then we'll do some type of a survey to find out where our employees are.
Right.
Okay, so a real quick poll in the back of the room here is, does this work for you guys? Show of hands if it's yes. Okay, this is just not scientific, but I'm just trying to, all right. Thank you.
Did you raise your hand?
Yeah.
Okay,
Good.
so you got direction to do 4+4,
Yes,
the salaries.
Can I,
correct. And then can I build some case, depending on what you would like to see? I can show you what the reserve.
Giving you an example, Ken would like to see 4, 5, 11, 12, and 13.
Could you please slow down, Mr. Mayor? 4, 5, 11, and 7.
12, 13. I would like to see 3 added to that list, number 3, but that's not going to be a the heart of Monument Park number, that's going to the Parks Department in general. Anybody else have a number that they would like? to
Mr.
add?
Mayor, I have one more thing I would like to add.
Okay,
May I get the information, or can the council get the information from the past 3 years? How many employees have left and how many employees were hired? Because
So
I've heard earlier that, you know, people left because of salary and pay. So because that's always been the argument, how many people have left each year and then how many people were hired each year?
Councilmember Kimpel, I may address part of your questions just because we looked with HR prior to the meeting. They hire in 2023 so far 25 employees, but they hire some tough position to hire a chief, a planning. Let me just remind you, the planning director, we had 3 since I've been here, and I only been here for a year and a half. Prior to me, I'm the third finance director who my predecessor was here for a month and a half and the other one just a little over a year. And then we also hire an IT director, which before, as you know, our data, we had a lot of issues before Will coming on board. So not only they hire 25 positions, but they hire 3 critical positions, chief, planning, and IT.
Yeah,
Director.
Erica has that information she can get. We have a program that shows how many people we've hired every year and how many people. we've
attrition
left.
rates, things like that.
Yep, we have it all.
Okay.
We can definitely provide
Councilmember
that.
Kimple, you good with them getting that data to you?
Yeah, I'd just like to share that data with all the council.
Right.
Yep, we
of course.
definitely can. Definitely.
Okay, any other wish list items? No, I get it. All right.
One question. Yep. So one question, just for clarification. We're at about 25 right now. In the past, we've gone down to 12. GFOA likes us to stay at about 15.
Yeah, I think you should add number 15 to that list also.
Oh, so
But this
can,
is.
can we get
Right.
because we're not gonna be able to fund all these. I can tell you that. So can we get a priority? Can we rank them by priority?
Well,
I did mention the PR firm, which is number 13. It's going to bring us down to 23.4% reserve. If we add to this 200,000 in parks, the reserve is going to go down even further. And if we add the new street sweeper and asphalt truck, which is 575, our reserve is going to be 16.9. So this will cover.
that was without the Mitch's 200,000 for the parks.
No, that is with the 200,000. Yes, correct. Yes. Yes. Yes, 16.9. So now, I mean, what else would you like? So we cover number 13, 11, 12. We cover number 3, although it's not Heart of Monument necessarily, it's parks.
This
That leaves out 4 and 5 then.
yeah, the pavilions at Monument Lake, I don't get still why our neighboring town is not covering the expense of taking the pavilions down.
One of them.
One of them. And the foundation, we need to get some cement or something, bags of cement.
Yeah, it's helical coils probably. Well, couldn't you put the pavilions in with the parks?
yeah, the pavilion should be part of the parks. So number 4 should be part of number 3, because Heart of Monument Park isn't really Heart of Monument Park, it's parks.
Great catch. Perfect. Yep.
You add in the 50,000 for the foundation. It's not.
So if I add the 50,000, it's gonna take us to 16.4,
16.4 to add the 50,000.
correct, for the foundation.
That's, okay, so you got your numbers?
Yes, so I have 3, which covers parks, 5, 11, 12, 13, which is gonna take us to about 16.4, although I have to add the 8% roughly, which you just mentioned tonight.
And I just want to add one more thing, because I think we're overlooking 15. 15 is police officer, it doesn't come out of the general fund, it comes out of 2F. And so I think you ought to add that one in also, because it's not out of the general fund. It doesn't affect our general fund
Well, yeah, that
reserves.
17, because that comes out of the water fund.
Exactly.
Yeah.
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 Yep. So I definitely would add 15 and 17.
Yep.
No. Yep.
Okay, are we good with this? Because if we are, we're
I
going
am.
to take a break.
Yes.
We're going to take a 10-minute break before we get to our discussion item. So Ken will be back in 10. Bob will be back in 10. Okay, we're back. Next up on our agenda is a discussion item. This is regarding temporary signs. We're revisiting and it's going to start opening up to discussion with public input. This will probably be the first of at least a couple of sessions regarding this about temporary signs, and we were provided a copy of the specific language in our ordinance. You should all have one. Yeah, I think it's a little overkill for what we needed. This is the entire sign ordinance. We just are looking at temporary signs. So if you look at your handout, I think it was 18 I don't know what number it was. April, do you recall the specific?
1806-330.
Thank you.
Sorry, 1806-330.
What page is that?
Page 10 of 45.
All right, so 1806-330 is our ordinance. That ordinance was passed in June of 2021. So to open up the discussion, I believe Mayor Pro Tem King has a prepared statement he would like to read.
Okay, I asked for the discussion of temporary signs to be added to this agenda because I stated that I would do so at the last meeting and that we should discuss the public process. Since that time, Amy Stevens has gone on a media bliss to paint this council in a bad light for decisions made by the previous council, which included the decisions and voting record of her husband, former trustee Ron Stevens. The Monument Code rewrite was completed in June 2021. After several months of citizen engagement, through a series of public meetings, surveys, and input from the citizens, Planning Commission, and trustee engagement and meetings and 2 public hearings. The sign code was a part of the new code package. And at the June 7th, 2021 trustee public hearing, special emphasis was placed on the Supreme Court ruling known as Reed versus Gilbert, which set the standards for municipal sign code ordinances. The presentation explained the ruling, which changed sign codes nationwide, and the complete updated code was included in that meeting packet. No questions or concerns were ever stated by the trustees on the validity of the constitutionality of the code as written. No questions or concerns were ever raised from the public during public testimony. During this entire process, no one was ever raised concerns over the side code that prohibits temporary signs in the public right of way. It must be therefore be assumed that The public or elected officials determined signage was not needed in the public right of way, and the Supreme Court in fact allowed a complete ban on all temporary signs in the public right of way. In the internet age, freedom of speech has vastly improved expression and First Amendment rights, and the avenues to deliver speech have never been greater in the history of this country. The new public square is social media and other places with greater reach. Out of the several public meetings to modify the town code, the Planning Commission, the Board of Trustees, Monument Town Legal Counsel, town planners, and legal counsel for the code consultant, who was a 6-year Colorado Municipal League attorney, never brought up concerns as to the constitutionality of the sign ordinance. In fact, not permitting signs in the public right-of-way is common practice in many municipalities, and the Supreme Court allows regulation based on size, place, and time, but not content. The following municipalities are a small microcosm of the municipalities that prohibit or highly restrict temporary signs in the public right-of-way. Some of the codes are nuanced, so please let me know if I'm incorrect. Palmer Lake. Discretionary approval of signs in the right-of-way is only permitted by a vote of the trustees. Palmer Lake currently has a moratorium on signs until a new code can be adopted. During the last election cycle, Palmer Lake had signs throughout the town and the sign code was not enforced, but as my last observation, there were no signs in the public right-of-way. Considering there's a school board election and considering Amy Stevens and the mayor of Palmer Lake are both publicly endorsing the same school board candidate in this race, one can only wonder why Palmer Lake's potential First Amendment issues are not being considered, especially during election season with an ongoing moratorium. The lack of action toward Palmer Lake and other municipalities appears to target Monument while masquerading as First Amendment issues. In the city of Centennial, no temporary signs are permitted along any major thoroughfares. Fountain, signs are not permitted in the right-of-way. Castle Rock, signs are not permitted in the right-of-way. Manitou Springs, only sandwich board signs are permitted in the right-of-way. Larimer County, no signs permitted in the right-of-way. Parker, signs, including election signs, are not permitted in the public right-of-way. CDOT on their website says, federal and state laws prohibit campaign and other non-approved signs in the right-of-way, and on and on. Colorado Springs and Denver do allow signs with restrictions, but their sign codes are complicated as they are major cities. In my limited research, most municipalities do not permit temporary signs in the public right-of-way. It should be noted that during the September 6, 2022 trustee meeting, former trustee Darcy Shaning, who was running for election at the time, requested that the town not enforce the existing sign code for temporary signs in the public right-of-way through the election cycle, which would imply that prior to that meeting, the sign code was being enforced. Against the wishes of the town attorney who stated his concerns for tinkering with the existing sign code, the board decided to give direction to the town manager to not remove signs in the right-of-way. No public comment was permitted during that discussion. It should also be noted that 5 of the 7 existing trustees were running for election during that time, which created a perception to the citizens that codes don't matter as long as they could personally benefit from a lack of enforcement. There was discussion during that meeting about modifying the existing code after the election cycle, but no trustee ever followed through with to propose changes to the code throughout the remainder of their terms. It was never publicly mentioned again. The community complained during the last election cycle on social media constantly about the excessive number of signs and trash throughout the community as a result of tinkering with the existing sign code. This council at the dais has never provided direction for relaxing enforcement of any code, and to the best of my knowledge, has always assumed that code is law. That was history. Now for a discussion. We are permitted, however, to have a lesser standard, but modifying an ordinance should not be done haphazardly and should always involve the public process. All changes to ordinances outside of emergency ordinances require public input. That is how responsible local government behaves. They don't haphazardly modify ordinances to benefit their own self-interest. This is, after all, a government of the people. There can be public disagreements in codes, laws, local policies, and that's why the Constitution allows for public petitioning of representatives for grievances. However, in a civilized society, when there are disagreements, people come together to try and solve issues prior to threatening legal action. During this process to date, there has been no attempt to discuss this sign issue in advance of legal threats by these complainants. I personally never received a request asking for a discussion. I've never been aware of any other council member receiving any request for discussion. That would be the normal course of action, But because of this and other complaints filed by some of the same people involved in this issue, it makes me wonder if this is really about signs and First Amendment concerns or just another method for attempting to damage the town. I would, however, like to engage all of the residents of Monument to see if perhaps they would like to change this code to some degree to allow temporary signs to be permitted in the right-of-way with limited access. But this will be a public process, and the citizens of Monument will be allowed proper input and representation, as we are Monument's representatives, and that's what we are commanded to do. That's my preamble, and I'll open for discussion.
Okay, first of all, thank you for that. I'd like to add that I spoke with Mayor Peterson of the city of Gilbert, Arizona. Mayor Peterson was on the town council, city council, at the time that Reed versus Gilbert went into effect, the lawsuit was brought on, Supreme Court made their decision. And they too do not allow temporary signs in their right of way. There's a host of reasons why. The state of Arizona allows a free for all. If anybody's ever driven through Metro Phoenix, every street corner, since it's a grid system, allows signs that would violate what we would consider a right of way. But the town of Gilbert still has an ordinance, much like most of the, if not all, the communities in the Pikes Peak region. The exception being Colorado Springs, naturally. And to the point of the Palmer Lake one, I think you mentioned their sign ordinance hasn't been updated to even comply with the Supreme Court ruling. It's over 20 years. In some cases, some of their sign ordinance is from the 70s, and some of it is from I think the 90s. So pretty ancient, but completely out of compliance with Reed versus Gilbert. Anyway, so the discussion here is, where do we go from here? Our sign ordinance does not allow temporary signs in the right of way. There has been a complaint registered with the town that they would like signs. But the problem with their complaint is that they made it about politics, and we can't make it about politics. It has to be content neutral. So we cannot say the time will only be during the election cycle. It would have to be, let's say, Friday through Sunday, every week of the year. And then we would have an enforcement issue that the code enforcement would have to do to make sure those signs were properly put in the right of way so they didn't cause a safety issue with line of sight, as well as making sure that the signs came down at the prescribed time. Other ordinances or laws supersede ours in the sense that you could not have signs anywhere within, let's say, 100 feet of a voting location, which we ran into last year, where somebody had their sign on town property within the right of way of State Highway 105, and we had to have them remove it because it was within 100 feet of the polling place, which was here at Town Hall. So if the council would like to discuss it openly and come up with suggestions, this is the time to do it. Of course, we would probably be best off to make sure that whatever we suggest, it goes by, obviously, Mr. Cole, as well as having public meetings to provide input as to what they would like to see, because I'm sure there's going to be a group of people who don't want to see any signs, and there's going to be those that are fine with the signs being put up. So first, I'd like to have the council speak to it, and then I'm going to get public input. We are going to do it's a little unorthodox. We're going to allow the public 3 minutes to speak to their desires. And this is going to be probably the first meeting, of which may be a couple, so that we are prepared for the next election cycle, right? Which includes primaries and the general election. But of course, our code cannot be what's the word I'm looking for? It cannot be specific to the type of sign.
Okay, as this is a discussion item and not a resolution or ordinance or anything else, I would just like to encourage us to keep this comprehensive but brief, and also do keep our 3-minute to that, because we have a lot more to cover tonight. So just my feelings on this, and having met with the Mayor Pro Tem of Fountain, who, and Fountain is a more conservative community, and she is a very much First, Second Amendment person. They ran into this 3 years ago, had the same type of controversy about this, and ended up banning things on right away. And my stance is either, there's nothing on right away or anything goes. There's just no real middle ground, and from probably safety and concerns and other issues. But if you're going to say nothing, then nothing, and then there's nothing on it. However, if there's anything in this, and from what I've heard from certain citizens, and I was trying to read through it, if there's anything regarding private property, anything regarding permits or costs or anything like that, that needs to be gone. You do what you want on private property, and put what you want on private property. So no permits, no permit fees, no permit costs, but on right of way, if you're gonna ban something, ban everything, and just be an equal opportunity hater.
So if I can add something to that on the private property, there has been several complaints that, granted, they're on social media, so take them for what they are. But there are people who are actively putting signs on people's private property as we speak without the permission of the homeowner. And that has offended these people. Not because of the content, but mostly because of the fact that it's their house and they weren't given permission. So
that's not what I spoke to, but
no,
yes.
but if we were talking about private property, could be anything. It should still require the owner's permission. And
Well, and number and size and those types of things.
number and size. Well, I don't think we can, the size is a state statute now. I think they've regulated that too, when they said that HOAs can no longer ban signs and flags and things of that nature.
No, I'm not saying, I'm saying a typical sign code would be, you can have X amount of signs, temporary signs on your property that are so big. And they're temporary signs, so you get a time limit of how long that they can be on there. The problem with everything is going to be enforcement. But the problem with driving down I-25 is enforcement, right? You between here and Castle Rock, you can go 85 miles an hour and you never get caught. And that doesn't make the law not the law. If they pull you over, they'll give you a ticket.
Yes, you need private property owner's permission to put something there. What I'm saying is there should be no impediment from this government to what somebody does in their private property, or have to charge a permit or a fee to have some type of a sign up. That's my point.
Well, I agree with you there. I'm just saying that you can't put a billboard on your property.
Well, I think you can, because it's your private property. And I think that to Jim's point is, as long as it's public right of way that Monument owns, for lack of a better term, ban everything. I'm in favor of that. Equal opportunity hater. That's the Romanola quote. And as far as private property, they're a private citizen shouldn't have to go to the government to say, can I put this on my property? And can I put 69 different signs on my property versus 68? Wrong. It's your private property. You do what you want on your private property, so long as it's within the laws that are in the state and the town, in the sense of not code enforcement, but from the state laws. But
I will tell you, every municipality regulates the number of signs that you can have on your private property and the size. Everybody does.
And
that's
I'm
not
saying I'm not
uncommon.
comfortable with that. That's just my position.
Well, we can obviously.
This is a public process.
Yeah, there's public process. We're going to get citizens input. Do we have other comments, Ms. Abbott?
Oh, no, I just want to join the Haters Club.
I had a quick comment. I think for me, if we were to do a vote and have the citizens vote and they said, yes, we want it in the right of way, I'm okay with putting boundaries around that. And if the signs don't come out down like the day they're supposed to, then we have exorbitant fees. That's how I would do it. But again, that would have to be a vote, but I would, welcome what the citizens have to say about that. I know last year it was horrendous with all the leftover signs. I took mine down the day, I think the night of the election that day, because I couldn't stand looking at them my own self. And I had 3 because CDOT took one of them. So I took all 3 down, but, and people helped. I think others helped me take them down. But it's just, if I were if someone would ask me yes or no, do I want them at the right of way? I'd say no myself, but I would leave that choice up to the citizens ultimately.
Well, the middle ground would be, and I'm not saying I'm in favor of this or not, I'm just bringing this up as a discussion item. Because I have read a lot of codes from a lot of different municipalities over the past week or so. And the ones who do regulate, they regulate by, you can have X amount of signs and they can go in X amount of locations, and they're all by permit in the right of way. A lot of places have them Thursday to Sunday, and that's it. And that allows you to have open house signs and garage sale signs. Used to be sign codes said that open house signs can go here this time, garage sale signs can go here. Since this ruling's come down, it's really hurt the ability to regulate signs. And it's since it's not content based, that it's pretty much all or nothing, and it makes it really difficult. But that's the other avenue to that.
And I think you make a really good point about where the freedom of speech thing happens with elections and all of that. I mean, social media is just awash with all of this stuff. And I mean, everybody gets sick of it, and then you have to drive out and see more of it. So, no, come on. Haters Club.
Okay, we have one person online that I see that has their hand raised. And that is Mr. Arahe. Will, could you give Mr. Arahe the ability to communicate with us? And we'll start the timer on him.
Mike is. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, this is Derek Arahe. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. First, I want to say thanks to the Mayor LeKind and the council for opening this up for discussion. I think that people need to understand. I heard somebody saying that social media has given everyone a voice. That's absolutely not true. You can't even imagine how many times voices are cut off on social media by people being banned from social media. And when it comes to putting signs in the town, there's a very wealthy developer in our town who's now been criminally charged and convicted of stealing signs. So if you're going to stop the little guy from being able to put signs up, it's bad enough that when we can put them up, that we have wealthy people stealing them. And now if you're not going to even allow us our voice with our signs, they're just going to buy ads, do mailers, and spend tens of thousands of dollars. When the District 38 schools have, $50,000 and act like a cartel and have all the money in the world, how's the little guy supposed to be able to get their voice heard if they don't have an outlet on social media and all they have is signs? Everybody drives through town, and seeing a signs during a certain time, I think that the council needs to find a way to allow us to have our voices heard through the signs like you see all the time during election campaigns. Other than that, I want to thank the town for what they've been doing. Every time I drive down Jackson Creek, I'm very angry at the prior board who allowed all of this commercial property to be rezoned to residential property. And now we have hundreds and hundreds of apartments in town. So I thank the board that's currently seated that they're no longer going to allow all of this rezoning of commercial to residential. So we have much lower income housing in our town. I guess that's all I need to say. Thank you again. I think you're doing a great job. I understand that you have to enforce the laws that are on the books, even if the people who passed the laws in the past refuse to do so. I appreciate that you enforce the laws. That's why I think this ordinance needs to be relaxed so that little guys like myself and many others in town can get their voice heard, especially during an election time. Thanks for the consideration, and I hope to see some progress in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arahe. I'm just making a note here. Is there, I don't see anybody else online. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment?
Annette, and I appreciate the board, and I'm so proud of you guys. And I haven't been around lately, but that's because I trust every one of you that has been elected and is doing your job wonderfully. Marco, I do disagree with you. I don't want to try to be selling a house and somebody next door to me has, 82 inappropriate signs in their yard. So I think there needs to be a limit. I think there needs to be a limit on size, a limit on numbers, especially in a neighborhood. If you're saying HOAs can't.
I don't believe HOAs have the ability to prevent signs or flags.
Yes.
I'll have to check. Mr. Cole, will you please do a little research on that? Because I think in the recent legislation, they removed those, or they told HOAs they could not enforce those anymore because there was HOAs that were banning, let's say, flags, like LGBTQ flags, BLM flags. They were content based. And so the state legislature passed something that prevented HOAs from enforcing a restriction, freedom of speech restriction. Basically, if a homeowner wants to put a flag out, the HOA can't prevent them from doing it.
I will chase that down.
Thank you. We'll get a definitive answer.
Particularly if HOAs don't have any control over what someone can put in their yard, then I think the town of Monument needs to have control over what someone can put in their yard. I'm a homeowner, but like I said, I don't want my neighborhood trashed, just like I didn't want the town of Monument trashed as it was the last election. The last election was horrific. I mean, there was banners everywhere. And then when people didn't take them down on time and then did take them down and didn't get their metal post out of the ground, it was a nightmare. So I'm all for the ordinance as it exists. And I think it's great this year that we don't have the trashy town. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm open to having my mind changed. So yeah.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak?
Bring this down because I'm short. So Brandy Turner, thank you guys for letting us speak about this. I know it's been an issue. I know it was an issue last election season. And being a moderator of a fairly large social media group that's focused on making Monument better, I went back and looked through that season and just pulled out a few of the comments about the signs, and people were very frustrated about I think Barb called it trashiness look of it. There were complaints to the town about you've got to get the signs taken down, but the town didn't have the ability to do that. There's rules against doing that. I think there does need to be something that needs to be done. And I don't agree with Derek very often, and I think he may know that, but I do agree with him on the point that there needs to be some opportunity for people to voice their opinions, whether that be an opinion for or against a candidate, for or against a ballot measure. Do I have the answer on the right way that that should be done? I don't. I do think that there should be a voice. There should be an opportunity. But I do not think this issue should be used to perpetuate spite that has been going on for some time in this community. I don't think it should be used to waste our community's money. I don't think it should be used to waste our community's time, being the people who are spending the time here, people who are spending time online, people who are doing research at home. It's wasting our town's resources, our attorneys' resources. And if you talk about spending the money wisely, think about this group of people who are just, again, out of spite and poor response to not winning an election. They're wasting our money and they're wasting our time. They're wasting your time. And that really angers me because I know how much time all of you put into this position that you've been elected to. And I apologize that they're causing that to happen. And I just wonder because I was part of the Home Rule Commission, and I was always the optimist. And I just wonder how the energy that they're using to waste our time and waste our money could be used to make our community better. I know that's not going to happen, but I'm still the optimist and I'm still going to wish that that comes about. But something does need to be done. And thank you guys for taking this into consideration. I look forward to the meetings and the community coming together and talking about ways that we can allow our voices to be heard, but ways that we can also keep our community the beautiful community that it is. And I'm done. So
That's, yeah, sorry, that was from Hunger Games. I had that set for my daughter's ringtone. So I just want to add something to Mr. Arahe's comments. Mr. Arahe, the idea of relaxing the ordinances only for elections would clearly violate Reed versus Gilbert. It cannot be about the content. It has to be about time, place, and manner. Otherwise, there would be a legitimate constitutional issue. And right now, we've not violated any. So I get your point, and I'm totally open to discussing what our options are to go time, place, and manner, so that the little guy, those that don't have the funding of large organizations and issues committee, have the ability to voice their opinion on a sign or a banner.
Can we do like a public workshop and invite the people to sit and have a conversation?
I think it would be awesome to have a public workshop. I wish we were asked to do that maybe over a month ago at this point. Mr. Arahe, you still have your hand up. If you have, I can give you some more time if you would like to speak to what I just said. Up to you.
Thank you very much. I guess all I wanted to add was I understand what the law is as to time and place. If it's possible to go something like September 1st to November 15th,
No,
that
can't do that, Mr. Arahe. I mean, you really can't, we would be liable for making it during election season and not any other time of the year.
Okay, well, I'm sure there's a way that we could work it out where people are satisfied. So I'm willing to help you come up with any idea to make that work. And I appreciate, again, you trying to accommodate the people that want their voices heard. Thank you.
Probably a public forum workshop would be the best thing in the
Okay.
future.
Mr. Cole, do you have something you want to add to this? Or are you just showing up on my screen?
I think I'm just showing up on your screen. I can
Okay.
mute my camera and go away.
Okay, excellent. Is there anybody else here that would like to speak?
Janet Ladowski. And I was glad to see this year that the ordinance was enforced as it should have been in previous years. I think there's safety issues when there are signs piled up all over right-of-ways, difficult to see pedestrians that are standing there. And if people want to advertise, we've got private homeowners. And I think it's even more powerful when they're on private land because those people are saying, this is someone I'm voting for. And I got that message across. I had a sign in my yard and people contacted me and wanted to know, why are you voting for this person? Because I'm struggling. So it gives a lot more power to signs if they're in people's yards. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other discussion about this topic, we can move on. And we can, if everybody's in agreement to a public forum kind of meeting, beginning of 2024, we should schedule a workshop that's interactive with the public versus a meeting. We won't be able to make decisions, but we can take input, and this should give enough time for us to advertise the workshop. And
I'm thinking February.
I think it needs to be January. And I say that because there are time constraints on events that take place throughout 2024. And I want to be fair to those people that participate. Plus, how will I know what two guys are going to move the junk out of my yard? Two guys in a truck, whatever. From Christmas, right? All this.
Or below your sprinklers?
Yes, below my sprinklers out. Councilmember Kimple, you want to add something to this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to add the fact that I believe that we have an ordinance in place that we need to abide by and have no signs of any kind in any of the right of ways or around the town. And if there are members or citizens of the town that disagree, then I highly encourage and recommend that they get a petition signed to initiate a ballot measure to have that removed. That's speaking of the right of the people. Or another method for them to speak their, or have their say and have their voice heard, is by bringing it up to vote for the town.
Okay.
I encourage the workshops, but that's just another method of a petition with enough signatures to put it on the ballot.
Well, they can still do that. Just as to have an informal workshop to kind of take the pulse of the community. There might not be any appetite for it, and there might be. So I don't think any of us really know that just sitting up here.
Can we also, as part of the workshops, do surveys? Or how much do they cost? Like the not survey.
The Magellan survey.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Magellan surveys. How much does one of those cost, Madeline, when we typically do those?
Between 10 and 15,000.
It'd be between $10,000 and $15,000.
That's a lot of money to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Ignore everything
disagree
after
just
good
because of the
evening.
cost. Just with the cost of the money, I disagree with doing that, because normally in that survey, you do not get a wide participation out of it.
You can go. Thank you.
Okay. Matt Brunk, if you don't know where I live by now, well, you haven't been paying attention. I think, yeah. I think, I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for many people that voted for all of you up here, is that you're very pragmatic in how you approached many things. And I want to encourage you guys not to have paralysis by analysis. Because there's this idea that you want to serve the entire community and things like that. And there's different things that have probably caused you to second guess a lot of stuff. But and obviously when you suggested a survey, $10,000 to $15,000, I was like, holy cow, no signs, that's for free, And so from that perspective, I look at that and go, there's so many options out there. Derek, I love I love how you said it, and obviously giving a voice to the small man. I love that, and how you even laid that out, and that was really good. I will say though, as to Janet's point, private property is huge. There is that aspect, and the point where I do think there is this aspect of being able to allow the HOAs to handle those things if Mr. Cole comes back with that's the case, because when you move into an HOA, you know there's covenants, and you are doing so by choice. And one of my favorite things to tell my students as a civics teacher is my freedom ends where someone else's begins, right? And so when I enter a covenant community, I know what I'm entering into. And if I choose to enter that community, I know that I'm giving up certain rights in order to be in that community. And so I guess I would say I love the idea of no signs at all. I think there's a lot of other ways to reach those people, and Derek obviously is passionate about it, and obviously he's got a pretty strong following. I'm pretty sure he's able to find some people that are private property and even some maybe business owners that own some property to be able to share that information. And I guess I look at it that way, because when we have so many things and seeing people not getting their signs and things and taking those things out, I look at that and go, it's too much. And so I'm all for private property rights, but if you move into HOA, things like that, I've said enough. I love you guys. You guys are pragmatic. Don't overthink it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Anybody in the council? Okay. We are going to move on to, this is where we tell a story. Ordinance.
This is when you want to leave, just saying.
Ordinance number
13-page ordinance.
22-2023. This will be the second reading. Councilmember Kimple is getting away with one because he's not here to have the packet in front of him with the information in it, so he can just sit and listen. So I'm just going to begin reading the ordinance. We've already gone through this once.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I thought after the last reading, Mr. Cole made it clear that it didn't have to be read in its full entirety again as the second time.
That's what we're doing.
This is the second reading.
No, but I thought after the first reading, we didn't have to go through a second reading in its entirety.
No, he
No,
had made a recommendation to update the ordinances to forego a second reading in the future.
Okay.
But we're stuck on this one.
Correct.
If you have a Mai Tai, grab it now. All right, ordinance number 22-2023, an ordinance granting Black Hills Colorado Gas, Inc., DBA Black Hills Energy, its lessees, successors, and assigns a natural gas franchise and the authority to construct, operate, maintain, and extend a natural gas distribution plant and system, and granting the right to use the streets, alleys, and other public places within the present or future corporate limits of the town of Monument, Colorado. Be it ordained by the town council of the town of Monument, Colorado as follows. Franchise granted. The town of Monument, Colorado, herein referred to as grantor, hereby grants a non-exclusive franchise to Black Hills Colorado Gas, Inc., DBA Black Hills Energy, hereinafter called grantee, its lessees, successors, and assigns. Grantee is hereby granted the right, privilege, franchise, permission, and authority to lay, construct, install, maintain, operate, and extend in, along, over, or across the present and future streets, alleys, avenues, bridges, public rights of way, and public easements as are now within the present or future limits of said grantor, a natural gas distribution system, and all facilities necessary for the purpose of supplying natural gas or processed gas and other operations connected therewith or incident thereto for all purposes to the inhabitants of said grantor and consumers in the vicinity thereof, and for the distribution of natural gas from or through said grantor to points beyond the limits thereof. Such facility shall include, but not limited to, all mains, services, pipes, conduits, and all other apparatus and appliances necessary or convenient for transporting, distributing, and supplying natural gas for all purposes for which it may be used, and to do all other things necessary and proper in providing natural gas service to the inhabitants of grantor and in carrying on such business. Term. This franchise shall take effect on the first day of the month following the date this ordinance is enacted by the Town Council of the Town of Monument, Colorado, the effective date at which time grantee will begin to collect the franchise fee set forth herein, and this franchise shall remain in effect for a period 20 years from the effective date of this ordinance. Franchise fees or taxes. In exchange for the franchise granted herein, grantee shall collect from all customers, but not from the Town of Monument, located within the corporate limits of grantor, and pay to grantor an equal amount to 3% of gross receipts grantee derives from the sale, distribution, or transportation of gas delivered within the present or future limits of grantor. The franchise fee. Gross receipts as used herein are revenues received from the sale, distribution, or transportation of gas after adjustment for the net write-off of uncollectible accounts and corrections of bills theretofore rendered. The franchise fee paid by grantee shall be in lieu of, and grantee shall be exempt from, all other fees, charges, taxes, or assessments which grantor may impose for the privilege of doing business within the present or future corporate limits of grantor, including excise taxes, occupation taxes, licensing fees, or right-of-way permit fees. And in the event the grantor imposes any such fee, charge, tax, or assessment, the payment may be made by grantee in accordance with this section shall be reduced in an amount equal to any such fee, charge, tax, or assessment imposed upon the grantee. Subject to applicable law, payment of the franchise fee does not exempt the grantee from any lawful taxation upon its property, from any tax or fee imposed for grantee's operations outside of the use of streets, from fees associated with development approvals associated with grantee's use of facilities, or from any other tax or fee not related to the franchise or the occupation or use of streets. Subject to applicable law, payment of the franchise fee does not exempt the grantee from payment of permit fees not covered by the scope of this ordinance, sales taxes, use taxes, or other fees or taxes assessed generally upon businesses, nor does it exempt the grantee and its subcontractors and agents from obtaining land use approvals and permits as required by the Town of Monument Home Rule Charter and Municipal Code. Grantee shall report and pay any amount payable under this ordinance on a quarterly basis. Such payment shall be made no more than 30 days following the close of the period for which payment is due. Initial and final payments shall be prorated for the portions of the periods at the beginning and end of any franchise granted by the Town of Monument, Colorado to grantee. Grantee shall list the franchise fee collected from customers as a separate item on bills for utility service issued to its customers. If at any time the Colorado Public Utilities Commission or other authority having proper jurisdiction prohibits such recovery, then grantee will no longer be obligated to collect and pay the franchise fee. Any customer refunds ordered by the commission or other authority due to an unlawful or prohibited collection of the franchise fee collected by grantee and remitted to grantor shall be refunded by grantor. Within 10 days of the date of this ordinance, grantor shall provide grantee with a map of its corporate limits, the map. The map shall be sufficient detail to assist grantee in determining whether their customers reside within grantor's corporate limits. The map, along with grantee's geographic information system, mapping information shall serve as the basis for determining grantee's obligation hereunder to collect and pay the franchise fee from customers. Provided, however, that if grantor's corporate limits are changed by annexation or otherwise, it shall be the grantor's sole responsibility to A, update the map so that the changes are included therein, and B, provide the updated map to the grantee. Grantee's obligation to collect and pay the franchise fee from customers within an annexed area shall not commence until the latter, A, of 60 days after grantee's receipt from the grantor of an updated map, including the annexed area, or B, after grantee's receipt from the grantor of an updated map, including the annexed area, as is reasonably necessary for grantee to identify the customers in the annexed area obligated to pay the franchise fee. Provided further that neither customers in the annexed area obligated to pay the franchise fee. No, I read that twice. Further, that neither party shall have the obligation to correct a mistake, including but not limited to collection of the fee by grantee from its customers or remittance of that fee by grantee to grantor that is discovered more than 1 year after the occurrence thereof. Grantor shall indemnify grantee from claims of any nature, including attorney fees arising out of or related to the imposition and collection of the franchise fee. In addition, grantee shall not be liable for paying franchise fees from to any customer originally or subsequently identified or incorrectly identified by grantor.
Or by grantee as being subject to the franchise fee or being subject to a different level of franchise fees or being exempt from the imposition of franchise fees. Grantors shall have access to and the right to examine during normal business hours such of grantees' books, receipts, files, records, and documents as is necessary to verify the accuracy of the payments due hereunder. If it is determined that a mistake was made in the payment of any franchise fee required hereunder, the mistake shall be corrected promptly upon discovery, such that any underpayment by grantee shall be paid within 30 days of recalculation of the amount due, and any overpayment by grantee shall be deducted from the next payment of such franchise fee due by grantee to grantor. Renegotiation of franchise fee. The grantor reserves the right to renegotiate the franchise fee a maximum of 2 times during years 3 through 10 following the effective date, and a maximum of 2 times during years 13 through 20 following the effective date. The grantor must provide written notice to the grantee of its intent to renegotiate the franchise fee no later than 120 days prior to the applicable anniversary of the effective date. The parties shall negotiate in good faith and no later than 30 days prior to the applicable anniversary of the effective date. The grantor and grantee shall jointly establish a new franchise fee determined to be reasonable to replace the franchise fee then in effect. The new franchise fee shall become effective upon the anniversary of the effective date that immediately follows the year in which the grantor exercised its rights under this section. Once the grantor and grantee have renegotiated a new franchise fee, the grantor may not exercise its right to renegotiate the franchise fee earlier than the 3rd year following the year the franchise fee was renegotiated. Unless and until the franchise fee is replaced pursuant to this section, the then current franchise fee shall remain in full force and effect. Governing rules and regulations. The franchise granted hereunder is subject to all conditions, limitations, and immunities now provided for or is hereafter amended in the applicable to the operations of a public utility by state or federal law. The rates to be charged by grantee for service within the present or future corporate limits of grantor and the rules and regulations regarding the character, quality, and standards of service to be furnished by the grantee shall be under the jurisdiction and control of such regulatory body or bodies as may, from time to time, be vested by law with authority and jurisdiction over the rates, regulations, and quality and standards of service to be supplied by grantee. Provided, however, should any judicial, regulatory, or legislative body have proper jurisdiction, take any action that precludes grantee from recovering from its customers any costs associated with services provided hereunder, then grantee and grantor shall renegotiate the terms of this ordinance in accordance with the action taken. In determining the rights and duties of the grantee, the terms of this ordinance shall take precedence over any conflicting terms or requirements contained in any other ordinance enacted by the grantor. Provision for inadequate energy supplies. If an energy supplier is unable to furnish an adequate supply of energy due to an emergency, an order or decision of public regulatory body, or other acts beyond the control of the grantee, then the grantee shall have the right and authority to adopt reasonable rules and regulations limiting,
curtailing, or allocating extensions of service or supply of energy to any customers or prospective customers and withholding the supply of energy to new customers, provided that such rules and regulations shall be uniform as applied to each class of customers or prospective customers and shall be non-discriminatory as between communities receiving service from the grantee. Construction and maintenance of grantees' facilities. Any pavements, sidewalks, or curbing taken up and any and all excavations made shall be done subject to the approval of grantor in accordance with the provisions of the Town of Monument Municipal Code in such a manner as to cause only such inconvenience to the inhabitants of grantor and the general public as is reasonably necessary, and repairs and replacements shall be made promptly by grantee at grantee's sole cost and expense, leaving such properties in as good a condition as existed immediately prior to excavation. Grantee assumes that for the time of this term of this franchise, it shall maintain and operate its facilities and equipment, one, in a condition sufficient to meet the current and future energy requirements of grantor, its inhabitants and industries. Two, in accordance with applicable state statutes as revised from time to time. Three, in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. And four, in accordance with the terms and conditions of the Town of Monuments Home Rule Charter and Municipal Code as they may be revised from time to time. While maintaining its facilities and equipment, grantee shall obtain permits as required by the Town of Monument Municipal Code and will fix its excavations within a commercially reasonable time period, except that in emergency situations, grantee shall take such immediate unilateral actions as it determines are necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, in which case grantee shall notify grantor as soon as reasonably possible. Within a reasonable amount of time, therefore, grantee shall request and grantor shall issue, within its reasonable discretion, any permits or authorizations required by grantor for the actions conducted by grantee during the emergency situation. Grantor will give grantee reasonable notice of plans for street improvements where paving or resurfacing of a permanent nature is involved that affects grantee's facilities. The notice shall contain the nature and character of the improvements, the rights of way upon which the improvements are to be made, the extent of the improvements, and the time when the grantor will start the work, and if more than one right of way is involved, the order in which the work is to proceed. The notice shall be given to the grantee as soon as practical in advance of the actual commencement of the work, considering seasonable working conditions to permit the grantee to make any additions, alterations, or repairs to its facilities. Extension of grantee's facilities. Upon receipt and acceptance of a valid application for service, grantee shall, subject to its own economic feasibility criteria as approved by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, make reasonable extensions of its distribution facilities to serve customers located within the current or future corporate limits of grantor. Relocation of grantee's facilities. If grantor elects to change the grade of or otherwise alter any street, alley, avenue, bridge, public right-of-way, or public place for a public purpose, unless otherwise reimbursed by federal, state, or
local legislative act or governmental agency, grantee, upon reasonable notice from grantor, shall remove and relocate its facilities or equipment situated in the public rights of way at the cost and expense of the grantee, if such removal is necessary to prevent interference. If grantor orders or requests grantee to relocate its facilities or equipment for the primary benefits of a commercial or private project, or as a result of the initial request of a commercial or private developer or other non-public entity, and such removal is necessary to prevent interference, then the grantee shall receive payment for the cost of such a relocation as a precondition to relocating its facilities or equipment. Grantor shall consider reasonable alternatives in designing its public works projects and exercising its authority under this section so as not to arbitrarily cause grantee unreasonable additional expense. If alternative public right-of-way space is available, grantor shall also provide a reasonable alternative location for grantee's facilities. Grantor shall give grantee written notice of an order or request to vacate public right-of-way, provided, however, that its receipt of such notice shall not deprive grantee of its right to operate and maintain its existing facilities in such a public right-of-way until it, A, if applicable, receives the reasonable cost of relocating the same, and B, obtains a reasonable public right-of-way, dedicated utility easement, or private easement alternative location for such facilities. Termination of franchise. Upon termination of this ordinance and franchise granted hereunder, if the grantee shall not have acquired an extension or renewal thereof and accepted the same, grantee may have and is hereby granted the right to either A, abandon any or all of its facilities in place, or B, remove any or all of its facilities at any time after the grantor has had ample time and opportunity to purchase, condemn, or replace them. Any removal of grantees' facilities shall be subject to any and all requirements of the Town of Monument Municipal Code, including but not limited to section 1236.010 thereof. In so removing said facilities, the grantee shall, at its own expense, in a workmanlike manner, refill any excavations that shall be made by it after the removal of its facilities and repair all surfaces to the condition prior to such removal. The grantor's rights and privilege of purchasing the grantee system and facilities subject to this franchise shall be governed by the laws of the state of Colorado. Confidential information. Grantee acknowledges the grantor is subject to the Colorado Opens Record Act 2472-201, CRS, CORA, and all records in grantee's possession are potentially subject to public disclosure. Grantor acknowledges that certain information it might request from grantee pursuant to this ordinance may be of proprietary and confidential nature, and that such requests may be subject to the Homeland Security Act or other confidentiality protections under state or federal law. Grantee agrees to label or mark any information it provides to grantor and desires to keep confidential as proprietary or confidential as applicable. If grantee requests that any information provided to the grantee to grantor be kept confidential due to its proprietary or commercial value, grantor and its employees, agents, representatives shall maintain the confidentiality of such information to the extent allowed by CORA and other applicable law. If grantor is requested or required under CORA or by any legal or administrative process to disclose any
such proprietary or confidential information, grantor shall promptly notify grantee of such request or requirement so that grantee may seek an appropriate protective order or other relief. Force majeure. It shall not be a breach or default under this ordinance if any party fails to perform its obligations hereunder due to force majeure. Force majeure shall include, but not limited to, the following: physical events such as act of gods, landslide, lightning, earthquakes, fire, freezing, storms, floods, washouts, explosions, other than those caused by the acts or omissions of the grantee or its agents, employees, or contractors, breakage or accident, or necessity of repairs to machinery, equipment, or distribution or transmission lines. 2, acts of others such as strikes, workforce stoppages, riots, sabotage, insurrections, or wars. 3, governmental actions such as necessity for compliance with any court order other than court orders specific to and issued as a result of acts or omissions of the grantee or its agents, employees, or subcontractors, law, statute, ordinance, executive order, or regulation promulgated by governmental authority having jurisdiction. And 4, any other causes, whether of the kind herein enumerated or otherwise not reasonably within the control of the affected party to prevent or overcome. With regard to item 3 of this section, grantee shall still be required to perform its obligations hereunder as long as such obligations are not prohibited by such governmental action. Each party shall make reasonable efforts to avoid force majeure and to resolve such event as promptly and reasonably possible once it occurs, in order to resume performance of its obligations hereunder, provided, however, that this provision shall not obligate a party to settle any labor strike. Hold harmless. Grantee, during this term of ordinance, agrees to indemnify, save, hold harmless, and defend grantor from and against any and all claims, demands, losses, and expenses arising directly out of the negligence of grantee, its employees or agents, in constructing, operating, and maintaining its distribution and transmission facilities or equipment. Provided, however, that grantee need not indemnify, save, hold harmless, or defend grantor from any claims, demands, losses, and expenses arising out of the negligence of grantor, its employees or agents, successors, and assigns. The grantee may not assign this franchise agreement as granted hereunder without first obtaining the written consent of the grantor. All rights, privileges, and authority granted to grantee hereunder shall ensure to the benefit of the grantee's leases, successors, and assigns, subject to the terms, provisions, and conditions herein contained, and all obligations imposed upon grantee hereunder shall be binding upon grantee's lessees, successors, and assigns. No third-party beneficiaries. This ordinance constitutes a franchise agreement between the grantor and grantee. No provision of this ordinance shall inure the benefit of any third person, including the public at large, so as to constitute any such person as a third-party beneficiary of this agreement or of any one or more of the terms thereof, or otherwise give rise to any cause of action for any person not a party hereto. Severability. If any clause, sentence, or section of this ordinance is deemed invalid by any judicial, regulatory, or legislative body having proper jurisdiction, the remaining provisions shall not be affected.
Non-waiver. Any waiver of any obligation or default under this ordinance shall not be construed as a waiver of any future defaults, whether of like or different character. Repeal conflicting ordinances. This ordinance, when accepted by grantee as provided below, shall constitute the entire agreement between the grantor and the grantee relating to the franchise granted by grantor hereunder, and the same shall supersede all prior Town of Monument ordinances granting grantee a franchise and any terms and conditions of such prior Town of Monument ordinances granting grantee a franchise or parts thereof in conflict herewith are hereby repealed. Ordinance number 22-02 of the Town of Monument, Colorado is hereby repealed as of the effective date hereof. Effect and interpretation of ordinance. The captions that precede each section of this ordinance are for convenience and or reference only and shall not be taken into consideration in the interpretation of any of the provisions of this ordinance. Acceptance. Upon final passage and approval of this ordinance by grantor in accordance with applicable laws and regulations, grantee shall file its acceptance by written instrument within 60 days of passage by the Board of Trustees with the clerk of the Town of Monument, Colorado. The clerk of the Town of Monument, Colorado shall sign and affix the community seal to acknowledge receipt of such acceptance and return one copy to grantee. If grantee does not, within 60 days following passage of this ordinance, either express in writing its objections to any terms or provisions contained therein, or reject this ordinance in its entirety, grantee shall be deemed to have accepted this ordinance and all of its terms and conditions. Introduced, read, and ordered published by the Town Council of the Town of Monument, Colorado, upon a motion duly made, seconded, and passed at its regular meeting held at the Town of Monument on the 16th day of October 2023. Signed, Mitch LaKind, Mayor. Attested, Tina Erickson, Town Clerk. I mean, at the very least.
I do have to ask that page 7, that already has my signature and the Town of Monument seal and yours, needs to be rewritten because there is no Board of Trustees. And it needs to be replaced with, and we're gonna have to read it all over again. No, I'm just kidding. So you'll be the only one here next week. Okay, this is a public hearing item. I would be totally shocked, but we need to open it up. If there's anybody in the public that would like to speak for or against this ordinance.
Is anybody still awake?
Is there anybody online that would like to speak for or against this ordinance? Okay, is there any further board discussion? If not, I will look for a motion.
Make a motion to approve ordinance number 22-2023, an ordinance granting Black Hills, Colorado Gas, Inc., DBA Black Hills Energy, its lessees, successors, and assigns a natural gas franchise and the authority to construct, operate, maintain, and extend a natural gas distribution plant and system, and granting the right to use the streets, alleys, and other public places within the present or future corporate limits of the Town of Monument, Colorado.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Ms. Erickson.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor LaKind,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanello,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic.
Yes.
Thank you.
That second reading passes 7-0. You have board direction to put in an ordinance that requires one reading. So be it. Let it be said. Let it be written. Okay.
One ping
Ping only, right. Roselli. Okay, we will move on to Resolution 67, 2023, a resolution approving the purchase of a new replacement well pump for well number 7. Mr. Tharnish, I think we all know what's going on here. You like to dig holes in the ground to get water.
I do.
He has 57 slides. Just kidding.
Mr. Tharnish, please feel free to be as expeditious as you humanly can.
Oh, okay. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. The resolution you have in front of you tonight is to approve a new well pump for well number 7. We have a project ongoing right now where we had to pull the well to do a chemical rehab of the well due to high iron. And upon removal of the pump, it was discovered that we had several pieces of a broken impeller, which are really unfixable. So the current plan is to replace that well pump, but we need to place that pump on order, which is why we're coming for you tonight, because of the dollar amount. It exceeds our internal limits.
Excellent. Any questions for Mr. Tharnish on purchasing a new well? Pump.
Well pump. Yeah. No, I'm good.
Or a new well for that matter. I really don't care at this point. Okay. Yeah, so this is not a public hearing item. So if there is no questions, then I'll look for a motion.
Make a motion to approve resolution number 67-2023 as a resolution approving the purchase of a new replacement well pump for well number 7.
Second.
Motion and a second. Ms. Erickson.
Councilmember Romanello,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes,
Councilmember Kimple.
Yes.
Thank you.
that motion passes 7-0. We will now open up for public comments. Is there anybody here who would like to make public comments? Public comments are for Pete. You need to raise your hand. What? Anybody online would like to make public comments? All right, we will close public comments. Council authorization items. Chief Reagan, you've got one.
Like to make a motion that I can come in at 9:30 tomorrow. So since my arrival, we've been dealing with a couple of struggles with the code as it's written, specifically related to enforcement, including weed issues we've had, some of the construction noise issues and abatement. We've been working with the attorneys over the past several months to come up with a new fine schedule and kind of strengthen our leverage as far as the code is written. And before presenting it to you, we were wondering if you would like to have an opportunity to have a work session to maybe have your input before we present something to you.
Would the council like to review the fines and whatnot that Chief Reagan has come up with? Or are you fine with them just being presented for approval?
Yeah.
And
I'm
discuss
fine
them? Can the information be provided via email for us to look at? And yeah,
I don't think you're who we're looking at.
Yeah, is Bob still on? That's a good question for him because it is an ordinance.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
go ahead.
Yeah, we can provide it as long as you don't have any council discussion of it. If you just direct any comments back to either the chief or to me, we can deal with it.
okay.
That's
Fine.
And
So,
I guess we'd need some direction if we get conflicting comments or comments that don't come from majority of council members. Maybe we'll have to summarize that and bring those to you at the time we present the ordinance and let you know what comments we received in that fashion, but did not incorporate into the ordinance, and you can decide whether you want them in there or not.
Sure, we can fight it out in public.
Is that,
Yeah, and I know, Bob, you and Bart are working on some changes to that. We had discussed yesterday, I think. And so when you get those worked out, can you just send it to the council?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, next up is council comments. Is there any members of the council that have any comments? Mr. Kimple, do you have any comments?
None at this time, Mr. Mayor. Just another lovely night in downtown Waikiki.
Okay. I have one, and I'll keep it very brief. Actually, it's two, but they're tied to the same thing. Thanksgiving is upon us, and every year the council gets together and purchases turkeys for Tri-Lakes Cares. For those that want to participate financially, let me know sometime between now and whenever. I will coordinate efforts to go buy said turkeys and deliver them to Tri-Lakes Cares. It's something that we do every year. That said, I want to wish the town staff a very well-earned no second meeting so that they can celebrate with their families. There will be no other meetings short of, I'm not going to even say it. There will be no other meetings, period, between now and December, the first December meeting. So wishing you all happy Thanksgiving with your friends and family.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
All right, that brings us to our executive sessions. Are we going to host them in here?
We are.
Okay, then I would, and do we want to adjourn immediately following?
Yeah.
Okay, then I would thank the audience for putting up with all of this. Mr. King, you have the bubble. I am going to excuse myself.
Oh. Hold up, hold up.
Yeah, Mr. Cole, will you make the motion to go into executive session, please? Yeah, he can do it. Or he could write it up for me, but
I can suggest the motion and then any council member could make it based on my suggestion. My suggestion would be to enter executive session for two purposes. First,
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, not you.
Not you, Bob. There was a
It's just
background
noisy.
noise.
Yeah, it was getting noisy.
Okay.
Go ahead.
First purpose is pursuant to section 24-6-4024B, Colorado Revised Statute, for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions regarding responding to the Colorado Independent Ethics Commission's order regarding respondents' motion to dismiss and motion for summary judgment. That is the item that Mayor LaKind would have to recuse himself from, and for which he declared his conflict of interest. And then the second purpose would be executive session pursuant to 24-6-4024B for a conference with the town attorney for purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the Monument Municipal Code prohibition of signs in the public right of way. That session, all council members, I believe, would be eligible to attend without any conflicts.
I move to go into an executive session based on that.
We have a motion, we have a second.
I second.
We have a motion in several seconds. Ms. Erickson?
Okay, and we are going to adjourn at the end.
We are
of
going to adjourn at
executive
the end of the executive
and
session.
not resuming.
Not resume.
Okay, just making sure that we're all clear here and I don't leave and y'all still need me. Councilmember Chronic,
Yes.
Councilmember Kimple,
Yes.
thank you. Mayor Pro Tem King,
Yes.
Councilmember Abbott,
Yes.
Mayor LaKind,
Yes?
Councilmember Fiorito,
Yes.
Councilmember Romanella.
Yes.
Okay, you've had your motions. I'm gonna leave. Make sure, Will, that everybody's kicked out from the executives, from the screen that's not supposed to be there.
And just to put it on the record while we're still live, Mayor LaKind is excusing himself for this first executive session, item 12A.